All set? All set? You didn't even spell anything, so. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Sean O'Brien. I'm your town moderator. Today is April 26th. The time is 9:07. We have a quorum present of 106 voters and still adding. The tellers have been sworn. They are Mr. Sylvia, Mr. Soul, and Mr. Basler. The warrant having been previously declared and properly noticed with its constable's return to service. As tradition dictates, we waive the reading of the warrant. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Chief. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I'd like to take a moment of silence for those who have passed, for those residents who continue to struggle, continue to find strength and resilience and courage to endure these political, economic, and socially challenging times, not only facing our town, but our state and our country. Thank you. I'll go through the rules for town meeting. They haven't changed, so it's pretty redundant at this point, but let's go through it. Town meeting is run per town meeting times in our local bylaws. If you wish to address town meeting, step up to one of the microphones in the aisles. Wait to be recognized. State your name and your address. Please keep comments to under 2 minutes, and you may approach the microphone a second time, but only with new information, and please keep these comments to under 1 minute. I will explain procedures as needed and will recognize requests for points of order. Motions to amend may be made, but must be reduced to writing prior to being debated. Questions of privilege raises issues affecting rights and privileges at town meeting. If your safety, dignity, or if the volume, temperature, and noise interfere with your ability to hear, speak, or to participate in town meeting, please yell question of privilege. Please remain seating unless you're trying to speak at the microphones. Please do not stand in the doorways. Try to keep aisles clear and take conversations outside. I hope to continue to have a spirited debate that this meeting both supports and challenges the issues presented. You may make a motion to call a question, but you may not debate and then make the motion. Please be respectful to everyone, and remember, it's okay to have a different opinion, because we all do. Does everyone understand the rules of town meeting? And everyone knows where the bathrooms are and is taking a moment to see the nearest exits to your seat? That being said, does someone have an opening motion?
Move that the following non-residents and non-registered voters be allowed to enter and address the town meeting. Jay Tallerman, Town Council. Keith Hickey, Town Administrator. Kathleen Barrett, Finance Director, Town Accountant. David Walsh, Wastewater Department Superintendent. David Kulikowski, Inspector of Buildings, Zoning Enforcement Officer. Tina Betty, Human Resource Manager. Matthew Pinella, Conservation Agent. Jill Prue, Superintendent of Schools. Sarah Hickey, Director of Business Services, Silver Lake Regional School District. Joyce Kristofalski, Health Agent. Brian Holmes, Police Chief. Laura Casey Pupik, Assistant to the Police Chief. Maureen Clark, Principal Assessor. Robert Cuoco, Facilities Manager. Donald Colon, Library Director, and Adam Hatch, Deputy Fire Chief.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, I had prepared, as one of the handouts, a consent agenda. If you would mind taking that out. To expedite the meeting and address those matters that require action but tend to generate little or no debate, I'm going to put forward a consent agenda. I will move the consent agenda containing multiple articles as a group in one single motion. I will read each article's number and a description, and if a member of the town meeting raises and states hold, the item will be removed so it may be debated in the normal course. Thereafter, I move this article, which have not been held in a single motion. So does everyone have their consent agenda in front of them? So I'm going to read each one. So if I read Article 5 and you want to hold it up, sorry,
Consent agenda. Oh, okay, that's, a lot of people don't have it.
Okay.
Can you give us a moment?
Yep. Okay, as they're looking, if someone doesn't want to go, this is just, I'm telling you what numbers are on there. Well, I'll hold a minute. Stellar start. That is in the warrant.
Oh, that's yours?
I'm a blind for the next hour. My apologies for that. I see people coming back in, and I see a piece of paper in their hand, which leads one to believe that the form was somewhere out there. Does anyone require an additional time before I start going through the consent agenda? Just raise your hand or speak out aye. Seeing no one, I will move on. So there's one consent agenda, and I'm going to list the article, read the subject, and if you want it to be off the consent agenda, just yell hold, and it'll be removed. If not, we'll move it as one motion. So the first article is Article 5, Wastewater Department Enterprise Budget and Retained Earnings Appropriation. Article 7, Wastewater Department Enterprise Budget and Surplus Revenue Appropriation. Article 8, F-26 Renewable Energy Enterprise Fund Budget. Article 9, revolving funds, excuse me. Article 10, establish a police revolving fund. Article 11, F-26, transfer to employment liability reserve fund. Article 12, transfer to other post-employment health insurance liabilities fund. Article 13, transfer to capital stabilization fund. Article 14, transfer to municipal buildings insurance fund. Article 16, F-26 Sampson Fund appropriations. Article 17, Community Preservation Committee Administrative Budget. Article 19, F-26 Elected Officials Compensation. Article 20. On 20? Article 23, Wastewater Improvement Funds Appropriation. Oh, sorry, the lighting out here is awful. Waterways Improvement, start that over. Article 23, Waterways Improvement Fund Appropriation. So just to clear, I have 4 holds. I have a hold on Article 5. I have a hold on Article 7. I have a hold on Article 16. And I have a hold on Article 20. Did I miss any? So those will be debated in the normal course. The remaining articles, Articles 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17, 19, and 23, I will move on the consent agenda. Do I have a second? Second. All those in favor, as the consent agenda was just read, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Consent agenda carries with minimal opposition. So, off to Article 1. Who's presenting Article 1? Need a resident to move. Thank you, Jeannie. Just state your name, please.
Jean Coleman, 20 Hollins Lane, member of the school committee. Move to see if the town will vote to transfer the sum of $4,700.60 from the following unexpected articles to be expended for the purpose of paying prior year outstanding bills from various town departments listed below, or take any other action relative thereto. And that is the classroom equipment whiteboard for $916.50, nurse's office furniture, 2 couches for $1,990, and homeless transportation for $1,794.10.
Do I have a second? Second. Would anyone like to be heard? I'll move it for a vote. All those in favor of Article 1 as printed in the warrant, this is a 4/5 majority vote, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Carries
Thank you.
with 1 dissenting vote. Article 2. Just identify yourself, Elaine, please.
Elaine Fiore, Sewer Commissioner. Move the town transfer $300,000 from the wastewater undesignated fund balance for the purpose of supplementing the wastewater department's FY25 budget. Our rate increase made it for 3 quarters, not 4, so this is just to supplement the difference.
Would anyone like to be heard on Article 2? Step up to a microphone. Any questions? If not, I'll move it to a vote. Seeing none, I will move Article 2, which is a majority vote, favorable by Board of Selectmen, favorable by Finance Committee, favorable by Sewer Commissioner. All those in favor of Article 2 as printed in the warrant, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Passes with 1 dissenting vote. Article 3? Is that my consent? No. Yeah.
Move the town
Can you identify
transfer.
yourself?
Kim Emberg, Board of Selectmen, 214 Indian Pond Road.
Thank you.
Move the town transfer the sum of $19,544.18 from unexpended town meeting articles, $105,455.82 from free cash to supplement the fiscal year 25 fire department overtime line item, and transfer $96,847 from the capital stabilization fund for fiscal year 25 lease payments. So much as the motion explains, this is to pay for some unexpected overtime costs in the fire department and to pay for some leases that we are obligated to pay for that was just missed in the warrant at last town meeting in May of last year.
Open for debate. If anyone would like to address the town meeting, step forward. Seeing no movement, I'll move Article 3, which is a majority vote, favorable by the Board of Selectmen, favorable by the Finance Committee. All those in favor of Article 3 as printed in the warrant, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. This one passes unanimously. Budget time. Carl, you're up.
Carl Pike, Shore Drive. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will read the motion here for our annual FY26 budget and then have a few comments concerning it. Move the town appropriate and transfer the total sum of $61,064,745 to be expended for the operating budgets for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2025, for personal services and for expenses, as printed in the handout entitled Town of Kingston FY26 Summary Budget, and to meet such appropriation that the sum of $60,136,929 be raised and appropriated. the sum of $482,562 be transferred from the Water Enterprise Fund. The sum of $365,254 be transferred from the Wastewater Enterprise Fund. The sum of $58,000 be transferred from the Septic Betterment Fund. The sum of $12,000 be transferred from the Inspectional Services Revolving Fund. And the sum of $10,000 be transferred from the Municipal Building Insurance Fund. Having made the motion and having heard a second, I will make a couple of comments. The Finance Committee has worked diligently over the past 4 months with the Board of Selectmen, the Town Administration, Town Departments, the school committees, and the school administrations to develop the proposed FY26 operating budget that we now present to you. We sincerely thank Keith Hickey, our Town Administrator, Kathleen Barrett, the Town Director of Finance, and many other town and school officials for the development of an annual budget, for their exemplary support and patience with us throughout the budget process. The development of an annual budget is always challenging as we attempt to balance the cost of providing quality town services, including education, public safety, and public works, with the need to maintain affordability for all taxpayers. The Finance Committee also strives to work with both town and school officials to develop financial management and budget practices that are sustainable for future years. I will now provide some summary information for the FY26 proposed operating budget. The total budget is $61,065,000, representing an increase of $3.4 million or 5% over the FY25 budget. Included in this $61 million is $32,771,000, representing an increase of $1.5 million or 4.7% over the FY25 budget. For education, it equals 53.7% of the total FY26 budget. And I might note that most communities in Massachusetts, the education budget is going to equal approximately 50 to 55% of their total budget. Our other town budgets equal a total of $28,294,000, representing an increase of $1.9 million or 6.9% over FY25. This includes police and fire of $9,743,000 for an increase of $1.1 million. Employee benefits of $8,768,000 for an increase of $646,000. The two major items in employee benefits are medical insurance and pension plans. Public works and facilities equals $3,622,000 for an increase of only $104,000. This leaves for all other departments in the town, excluding, of course, wastewater and water, it leaves $6,161,000, which is an increase of $100,000. So out of all those numbers, the take should be that it's education and police and fire that are costing us the increasing amounts of money. I should also note that the proposed FY26 budget includes only $173,000 for town debt service because there are no significant remaining town general fund bond issues outstanding. When determining the sustainability of both current and future operating budget levels, we all must remember that future debt borrowings and repayment obligations impact future operating budgets. What funds this FY26 operating budget of $61 million plus? Real estate and personal property taxes will provide $46.7 million, or 76%. Net state aid of $7.2 million will provide, it's 12% of the budget. Local receipts of $7.1 million is another 12%. Local receipts, the big two items there are motor vehicle excise taxes, approximately $2.5 million. Ambulance fees, approximately $1.5 million. So what does this mean to the average taxpayer? What this budget means to the average taxpayer, the average value of real estate, of a residential real estate property in Kingston for FY26 is projected to be $665,000. The budget that we're asking you to approve will result in an average tax increase on this average home value, approximately $500. You've heard me talk a lot about excess levy capacity. The excess levy capacity is nothing more than the amount of allowable levy taxation, real estate taxes, not utilized for the funding of the current year budget. This represents the amount that could be utilized in the current budget year, but has been held back for future current year appropriation if necessary, like at a fall town meeting. The average excess levy capacity over the prior 10 years was $1.5 million, peaking at $2.9 million for FY24. Significant education increases in FY25, the current budget year, significant additional increases projected for FY26, significant increases in police and fire budgets over the last few years have resulted in us having to use up all of the excess levy capacity. We are presenting this budget to you that has a grand total of excess levy capacity of $3,000. The Finance Committee felt it important to do everything we could to delay a Proposition 2.5 override request. Therefore, we have gone along with the necessity to reduce the excess levy capacity to practically zero. We have been able to fund these significant education, police, and fire budget increases over the past 4 to 5 years because we had built up this large excess levy capacity. It should be noted that the FY27 total budget increases will have to be held to somewhere in the 3 to 4% level, or town residents will have to be presented with a Proposition 2.5 override question a year from now. Now, I know for many people in the town, the thought of a Proposition 2.5 override question is always a negative. One positive that I will say for a 2.5 override, it allows the citizens, the residents, the voters of the town to determine what level of services they desire and how much they're willing to pay for that level of services. With that, I will end my presentation. I thank you all for being here, for considering the budget's been presented, and we'll go forward with whatever you say. Thank you.
So, Carl, just a quick question. So there's 3,000 left in levy capacity as of this morning,
Correct.
or this year. So if someone was to add $100,000 to the budget right now, would that create an override?
Yes.
Okay. A potential override. I like that word better. Thank you. All right, I believe it's open for debate. My general practice with the budget is there's 10 line items that were read. I will move each one of them independently. And if you want to hold it to discuss it, that's fine. I know that two of them will be a hold because there's a motion. So we'll start with general government for the $3,864,211 as printed in the warrant. I have a hold on that one. Public safety, the $10 million listed, as listed in the warrant. Yes, sir.
Daniel Harlow, 31 Holland Lane, I just had a procedural question.
Yes, sir.
If someone were to request, say, the $100,000 that you were mentioning to trip Prop 2.5, would that get voted on here, or does it get voted on here and then go to a ballot? I'm just curious.
There's three ways that could happen. I'm gonna let town council explain to you, but my idea is I would ask the Board of Selectmen to make it subject to a 2.5 override. Because he'll explain, and that's gonna be my decision.
Sure, I just want it so that everybody here,
Yep.
currently understands the process as well. Thank you.
Mr. Tillman, would you like just explaining the process?
Jay Tallerman, Town Council. That's a really great question, Dan. So technically speaking, we always try and leave town meeting with a balanced budget. There is not a requirement under law that the budget be balanced when we leave town meeting, but there is a requirement that the budget be balanced when we set the tax rate in the fall. So if we leave town meeting, it's always the goal, if someone asks to move a line item up, that we find a corresponding source for that fund that is available, whether a cut elsewhere or a funding source. If we don't, and we leave town meeting with an unbalanced budget, that leaves us with two possibilities. One, we set an election, which is not a given, but we set an election for an override, so we're allowed to exceed the levy limit by that amount. The second would be that we find cuts somewhere or hold another town meeting between now and when we set the tax rate in the fall. The form of the motion will kind of depend or will kind of trigger those various mechanisms. But certainly it is the general practice, I'm assuming, of both the Select Board and the FinCom to make sure that we're balanced when we leave this hall.
Thank you. So I have a hold on general government, I have a hold on public safety. Silver Lake Regional School District Assessment. Education. All right, we're just going to go through it. It's not, so, anyone wants to file a motion as to the budget, come forward. If there's going to be a lot of holds, it just makes sense not to pass one or two of them, so. Yeah, you submitted a motion, but you're just moving number two?
General government, public works.
Correct, the 25,000. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, what I want to do is reduce general government, increase general government by $25,000 to $3,889,211, and reduce public works by $25,000 to $2,629,760. That's the motion. But this basically comes down to is currently the planning board exists of a department head and an assistant planner. The next year's budget, FY26, that assistant planner is being eliminated, the position. What I'm doing here is in the general government budget, there's a new position, an HR director, that increased the human resources budget by $12,829. My intent is to reallocate that to the planning department. And Public Works, there's a new position, Director of Public Works. My intent here is to reallocate that money, that $25,000 to the planning department so that department can be whole again rather than creating two new additional positions.
So just so everyone's aware, we can shift the money. We can't force each department to spend the money. So even if you shift it from Public Works to General Government, it doesn't, and the Board of Selectmen or Council, it doesn't force the town, the administrator, the Board of Selectmen to bring back the position, but it does make the funds available if they decide. If I stated that correctly, or if I'm incorrect, someone change it. Okay. So I can open that up if anyone, for debate, if anyone wants to be heard. Yep. Go ahead, Jim.
Jim Sewell, 51 Indian Pond Road, Wage and Personnel Chairman. The request for the Planning Department, I just saw it just now. I did want to give some context to the meeting regarding the increase in the position of Human Resources Director. That was a reclass position. That is not a new position created. And again, we held 2 meetings on this position. I don't know if anybody in this room would want to sit through those meetings because we were pretty in detail about why why the request came before us and why that there would be an increase. The duties for the Human Resources Director has changed. That person has taken on more responsibilities. And quite frankly, our contention in Wage and Personnel is there's certain positions in the town, okay, that you want the right person in there. Okay, and you want a qualified person in there. The planner, the finance director. There's going to be talk about treasury collector. And human resources is another one that requires a professional person who understands exactly what the laws are and can guide the town completely. With the additional duties, we felt that the increase was warranted. I do not support this article, and I encourage everybody else to not support this article. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Eric Crone, 43 Longwood Circle, Chairman of the Board of Selectmen. So as Carl eloquently said, I mean, the Finance Committee, the department heads, Board of Selectmen have gone through a long process to develop this budget. We've had budget hearings. We've been able to listen to any changes that anybody has asked for. This is the first time seeing this. One of the things that's interesting, and again, I think Jim explained the Human Resources Director position pretty well. The DPW thing is jumping ahead of the gun. So later on in this meeting, we're going to be presenting the creation of a DPW to oversee water, sewer, streets and highways and facilities. And we're going to explain to you the benefits and the reasons why. What are the problems? Why are we presenting this now? It's to create a new DPW director that is sort of a new position. It's going to replace the highway superintendent. So rather than hiring a highway superintendent, we're looking at a DPW director that would be having some oversight over all 3 departments for day-to-day operations. And again, I've got a presentation on it, so we'll go over that later. But this is kind of jumping the gun a little bit. And again, we're going to be explaining that. So we do have, it's either $25,000 or $30,000 in the highway department budget to cover this additional, the difference between a superintendent and a DPW director, which would be a professional engineer, someone who's educated engineering experience overseeing public works, which we've never had. And again, we're going to be debating that later in this meeting. Obviously, sewer department and water department aren't necessarily in favor of this. They're separate silos. There's the town, and then there's water department, and there's sewer department that operates separately. They don't want this. So I'm not surprised that you're trying to pull the money out specifically from streets and highways for this position. But again, we haven't even voted that yet. We haven't discussed that article. Folks haven't had an opportunity to hear the presentation or to deliberate it. So I think, again, this is jumping the gun. And for me, I'm just one person on the Board of Selectmen, but I'm not going to be forced to hire back a position that we've already gone through the process to eliminate. So Sean is correct. Moving that money, for me, isn't going to do a thing. Thank you.
I'll give you, do you want to, okay, thank you. I'll make sure you.
Tyler Bouchard, 217 Parting Ways Road, and member of the Board of Selectmen. This is sketchy.
Come
This
on.
is not- this
Hey,
is not-
hey, no.
This is not being done properly. This is a backdoor to...
No, enough. You don't
No, it
approve
is.
it. No, we're not going to sketchy backdoor. Just, you don't approve it, you don't like it, say why, but say
I'll
the
say why I
language.
don't like it. I
Thank
do
you,
not
and-
like this because it is personally attacking human resources, and it is attempting to block a DPW, which hasn't even been voted on, to allocate money towards something that's not even in the interest of the person presenting it. So my apologies for the language.
No.
But this is not how we do government. We've had ample opportunity throughout the entire year to go through and to bring these items up. We've debated them, we've talked through them. It's been the most intense budget season that, I'm only 35, but in my 35 years that I can remember. So I just want to point that out there, that this isn't what it seems.
I'm not trying to make it I just want to make sure we don't start, this is that, just, I don't agree. So I apologize for interrupting. Elaine?
Well, I'm glad everybody knows what I'm thinking because, changes. Anyway, this is not an attempt to do anything with DPW. DPW is a separate article. The reason why I am doing this now is because there is no reconsideration allowed anymore. So once the budget is voted, and that's it, it's done, it's voted. You can't go back if the DPW article doesn't get passed. And the reason why I'm saying 2 new positions is because it's an HR manager today, it's a new HR director. To me, that's a title change, it's a new position. Apparently, I must have misunderstood. Fine. But the motion is doing nothing but trying to make a department whole in tough budget times. That's the intent. My personal opinion and character shouldn't be part of this conversation at all.
It's not.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to be heard on just the amendment? That's just taking 25,000 from Public Works and moving it to general. It's nothing else to do with the budget, just the motion. Anyone else want to be heard on that before we vote on just the motion? Seeing nothing, I will move, as described by Ms. Filori, to take $25,000 from Public Works and transfer that to general government. All those in favor of the motion as presented this morning, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Motion fails. There's another motion to general government. Sir, come forward. Just state your name.
Greg Dalton, Chair of the Historical Commission. Move that the town raise and appropriate an additional $750 for the general fund operating budget. That's the motion. Can I speak to that?
And your second.
Okay.
Thank you.
The purpose of this would be to restore the Historical Commission's fiscal year 26 budget to the fiscal year 25 level of $1,000. As everybody's aware, the 300th anniversary is coming up next year, and we need this budget to support programs, signage, speakers, events over the next year. So there's not much we can do with the proposed $250 as is currently proposed in this budget. So I would request that we level fund our budget this year at $1,000.
Yep.
I just have a question. Did you say raise and appropriate?
That's what was, yes, that's what I said.
Would anyone like to be heard on this? So, that being said, this would be a majority vote. All those in favor of amending the budget by adding $750 to the general government, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Motion carries at minimal opposition. So that will change the 61,000 to, who's got the calculator? 61 million to what? 750.
What?
Plus 750. Oh, you did that. So that'd be 61,065,495? Yep. Yes. Okay. You get that? Okay, so we'll open up I had a hold on public safety. Come forward. Who wants to address public safety?
Good morning.
Good
My
morning.
name is Peter Padaline. I live at 32 Walter Fons Road in Kingston.
Good morning, Peter.
How's everybody today? I'd like to make a motion, if I could, please, to amend the police department budget. I'd like to add that additional $575,000 back in.
You're going to have to come up here, and you're going to have to just make it a writing, or if you brought one, would you mind bringing that up?
Sure.
It just has to be reduced to writing. Okay. So, yeah, actually, stay right here. Well, we haven't, he hasn't made the motion yet. Yeah, you can address.
To continue, I'd just like to make a motion to amend the police department budget, add the additional $575,000 in to cover the cost of those positions that are much needed within that department.
So this would, when you say police department, we have 10 categories. So you'd be moving to amend or add 575,000 to public safety, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Is there a second on that? Second. Okay, so this would create a 2.5, well, it doesn't have to, but it's up to the Board of Selectmen. We could increase the budget, and we could leave here with the budget, and you'd have to make $575,000 worth of cuts. Or we could make this subject to a 2.5 override.
So they would need a motion to amend the motion.
So we need a motion to add that to it. Correct. Hold on. Sorry, hold on.
Eric?
I'm going to say this while I remember it.
Okay.
I'm going to make a amendment to the amendment to make this motion contingent on a Prop 2.5 override.
Is there a second? Second. Okay. So that's the first motion, and then we take the next one.
motion that gets done.
So,
Do you want me to?
he's going to explain, in essence, there's the motion to raise the money, and then the motion of how the money would be raised. Mr. Tellerman.
Right, so as I was discussing before, there's a motion on the floor. The original motion on the floor was the public safety line item as printed in your warrant. There is a motion to amend that by increasing public safety by $575,000. That puts the budget $575,000 out of whack. But if it passes, the town has to find $575,000. The motion to amend the motion to amend is to make that $575,000 contingent on an override, which would require then the select board setting a special election to pass an override. That way, the other budgetary line items that you're voting on are not affected. So that's the purpose of Eric's motion to amend the motion to amend.
So in essence, we're going to vote on a 2.5 override first.
Well,
No? Hold on. Let town council.
it's more complicated. So they need to understand that by voting no, if they vote no on adding Prop 2.5, and then vote yes on the next vote, we have to cut.
Yeah,
500
exactly.
like
So,
500,000
so
somewhere else.
just to be clear, so if I say this wrong, correct me. We're going to vote on the 2.5. You can say no on the 2.5, or you can say yes. If you say no, that doesn't necessarily eliminate the $575,000. It determines the source of the income. Meaning, if there's not a 2.5, if you say no to the 2.5 override, meaning we're going to have an election and vote, then you could still pass this $575,000, and it's going to go back to the Board of Selectmen, and they're going to have to make cuts.
Right,
So,
Does everyone understand that?
yes.
so I would implore you, I am,
Hold on, I don't know if you have a point of order. Go ahead.
I have a question.
Yep.
on the motion.
Just state your name, please.
Valerie Massard, 1 Schofield Road. I am wondering, since this has been talked about, if someone could come to the microphone and explain what the average household increase would be if it does go to a 2.5 override for the proposed increase.
I don't think we have that number. Carl, correct me if I'm wrong. It was $140 for a $600,000 house for $1 million. Is that about right? Okay, so I'm sorry, this isn't 100% accurate, but we had done some calculations before, and it's my understanding, and Carl agrees, that when we were looking at $1 million override for a $600,000 house, that would be about $140 a year. So if this is, 2/3 of that, it would be like just under $100 a year, if my math is correct. Well, we'll have time to do it in the election, the upcoming election.
No, he's saying the election probably runs the town, the election would run the town about $10,000.
But we already have an election coming.
It has to be separate.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. Sorry, so that would have to be a separate election, so it would be another $10,000 that the town will have to pay.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, and just to be clear, I am not for the first motion, but I implore you to vote yes on the 2.5, the Prop 2.5 portion of it, because if that part fails, and then we go back to the first motion and it passes like they've said, we're gonna have to cut $575,000 from somewhere else in the town, and we don't want to do that. So it's my argument, say yes to the prop override and then no to the first one, just my opinion.
Can this,
Or no to both.
just a point of order, and I don't know, can the selectmen just do it on their own agenda? Can this,
So, yes, just to add a little bit to this, if the motion that's on the floor fails, but the underlying motion to add $575,000 passes, the select board could still seek an operating override. It's just that if that fails, we're still obliged to pay for the 575. Whereas if the town chooses to make the 575 contingent on the passage of a Prop 2.5 override, then it would die, the appropriation, if the override didn't pass at the ballot box.
sir? Oh, Carl, I'll get you next, I'm sorry, the balloon was in my way. Go ahead.
Daniel Harlow, 31 Hollands Lane. With regard to if the amendment on the amendment, so say the 2.5 amendment passes and the 575,000 passes, the Board of Selectmen have made it contingent to do a Prop 2.5, okay. So it would go to a special election. I understand that aspect. Is the whole budget on the 2.5? I guess because.
No.
So
No.
how does that small aspect get essentially separated out from the entire budget, if that makes sense? Because we're voting on an entire budget.
The description in the override ballot question would relate specifically to this line item increase. And only this
So-
line item increase.
So just a general question off of that is just say the whole budget came through as over the 2.5. I'm not trying to make things confusing. I'm just trying to understand for myself. If the whole general operating budget came in that was in excess of the 2.5, is the whole budget on the 2.5? Like, why does just specifically the 575,000 get added to the Prop 2.5 on this particular case? But if we weren't able to have that $3,000 excess levy capacity, the whole budget goes on that.
And these are really good questions. If the article, the underlying motion, so 2 motions ago, the original main motion made by Mr. Pike was itself contingent on a Prop 2.5 override, then the whole budget gets kind of contingent on that. That's tricky because then we would have no budget.
Okay.
Here, we're confining it to this line item so that the stakes apply only to this particular line item, or that's how the motions have been made so far.
And just out of curiosity, what part of the state law, the statute, allows us to do that?
Chapter 59, Section 21C.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, hi, Jean McKenna, 79 Three Rivers Drive. I was just wondering, there's cash in the stabilization fund that would pay for this, or the free cash fund?
We're broke.
There's
Keith,
no
can
money
you-
in those accounts?
I don't know. Keith, can you address that? Which accounts are you referring to, ma'am? Sorry.
Stabilization?
Yep.
So one of the things I just want to say is it's a very... Is this on? Yeah, it is. Okay. It's a very, 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 very bad idea to use free cash or any kind of savings account to fund operations, because you're adding 575, and guess what happens next year? It goes up with cost of living adjustments, so now you're up to 600 or whatever it is. So that's an incredibly wrong thing to do, because otherwise next year, guess what we're doing? We're laying off all the people we just hired.
How much money are in those accounts?
That I don't know.
Okay.
Does anyone know what you do?
The stabilization fund is approximately $3 million. The remaining free cash after this meeting will be somewhere around $700,000 to $800,000.
Sheila?
Hi, Sheila Vaughn, 7 Frank Street, Kingston. Just a couple of quick things. I'm not in support of doing any stabilizations because, again, it is operating budget, which next year we would just be in the same place, doing the same thing. But I do want to have a quick question regarding the 2.5 and voting on this, because we are at the very beginning of this meeting right now. And I'm a little worried that there'll be more piled on to this as well. I am very much in favor of the police getting what they need. I actually was in favor of them actually getting their money when we actually needed, the schools needed some more extra money, and it was supposed to be $1 million. It went down to 500,000. But I would just be very leery of anything else coming up today as well. It's only Article number 4, and we already went up to 2,200. Now we're up to 575,000. So this is just the beginning, and I'm a little worried if we open up the Pandora's box a little, we might be opening it up for other people to be asking for more and more money today. And it might not be 575, it could be more. So if we do a Prop 2.5 now, is my question, and we vote for this, can other things be added to this Prop 2.5?
I'd say yes, just by a motion, correct?
Yes, how we structure those ballot questions would be then up to the select board if they chose to add it to a special election, which is their discretion.
Thank you.
Valerie Massard, 1 Schofield. The question has come up, if someone could please address the group and explain what the 585 is for.
Well, yeah, we're not there. First, we've got to decide on the
Okay.
2.5, but that question will be answered. I believe the chief wants to adjust the room, but we're at the 2.5 first. But
Thank you, Mr.
that's
Moderator.
But I think it's the hiring of maybe a sergeant and 2 officers, but the chief will address that. But my understanding, it's the hiring of additional officers for the town.
Jean Coleman, 20 Howlands Lane. That was actually my question as well, because at this point, it seems as though we're putting the cart before the horse to vote on the 2.5 before the additional 575 requested has been explained, specifically by the department and what those needs are. But I guess I'm frustrated that we're at this point, because a few weeks ago, the Board of Selectmen had the opportunity to vote a reconsideration of whether they would put this exact motion on the town meeting warrant to save us a potential special election that cannot be part of the election on May 17th, because it's not within the scope of the time now. So now, not only did we know that this was coming because it's been talked about for months, but now we're going to have to pay for an additional special election, which doesn't do us any favors in terms of getting people out and getting support for something that the police department may or may not need. I'm not speaking towards the 575. I just think that the process in which this was brought about, it's confusing, and it should not have happened like this. It would have been appreciated if the Board of Selectmen voted the reconsideration appropriately a month ago at their meeting, and then put it on the town meeting warrant so that we could have voted this and everyone would have known what we were voting on prior to coming to town meeting today.
So why don't we...
Thank you.
I don't know. I guess it's my meeting, so why don't we do it how you want to do it? Let's vote let's argue the 575, or debate, sorry, argue is a terrible word. and then if it doesn't pass, then there's no need to go to the next step. If it passes, then we can determine the funding source. Anyone against that idea? Okay, so we're gonna go back to the motion for the 575 from the police, and I'm guessing the spokesman probably would be the chief? So right now, we're just talking about the $575,000. Doesn't matter where it's coming from, it's just, do you want to increase the budget by that amount? But you kind of have an idea where it's coming from. Chief, identify yourself.
Brian Holmes, Police Chief. Happy to be here. Happy that you're here. Thankfully, we have a quorum. Through you, Mr. Moderator, town meeting, there is nobody that I've talked to in this town that disagrees that there is a need for additional staffing on the police department. I have to be respectful about my 5 bosses. I have to work with Mr. Hickey. I have to work with the young gentleman to my left on the Finance Committee. But there is unequivocally a need for staffing, and I've identified that from the moment I got here. You know, anybody that's followed the history of this, our original request to get the department where it needs to be was at 1.3 million to get us. I think at the time we were looking for a deputy chief, 3 patrol officers, a sergeant, and a dispatcher, something like that. There's been several versions of that have been presented to the board. There's been several versions of statistics and PowerPoint presentations and all that. I'm not going to put that up on the board today, and I would need the moderator's permission to put a PowerPoint presentation up. I'm going to reference some of the things that were in the slideshow, just so that the town meeting understands. And the moderator is correct. It is 2 patrol officers and 1 sergeant that we'd be looking to add with the 575. 500 primarily covers the salary and benefits, and the 75 additional is for the health insurance benefit costs. The population has grown in this town between 1997 and now by 33%. There was one of the PowerPoint presentation slides that gave statistics on the call volume. It's gone up. There was another statistic that showed, so here we go, population growth. You can't see it, but it's 34.4%. The calls for service have increased incrementally from 2021 to 22, 23 to 24. The work is steadily increasing. It's going up. The personnel has not grown with the population growth and the call volume growth. We were asked to give comparable communities, so we compared ourselves to Abington, Holbrook, Wareham, Carver, Pembroke, East Bridgewater, Hanover, West Bridgewater, and Kingston. And amongst those, compared with personnel versus calls for service right alongside that, we were one of the lowest. You know, I apologize to town meeting that it's being done this way. This is kind of you know, not the ideal way to have this happen. I want to be very clear that I do not want, if town meeting is in favor of this additional staffing, I do not want to see other departments forced to make cuts. That's not fair. All I really want is for the voters to be able to weigh in on this and decide whether or not they believe that the Kingston Police Department staffing deserves $26 per quarter or about $100 per year. That's all I got. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Mr. Pike?
Sorry, let me clean my mess.
Before we take any votes, I just want to add a couple of facts here and give you the reasons why the Finance Committee does not support this request at this time. We are in 100% agreement with the chief. We've done a lot of work with him. We've talked a lot about the need to better fund the police department. Along those lines, we increased their budget for FY25, our current fiscal year, by $640,000, okay? This budget that you're looking at now includes an increase of almost $500,000, so that over the 2 years or so, we have increased the budget by $1,130,000. I personally have assured the chief that the Finance Committee next year will be supporting an additional $600,000. I believe strongly that we need to support the police department. It's a matter of the timing. I believe that we should be doing this over a 4 or 5 year period as opposed to trying to do it over 1 or 2 years. Therefore, the Finance Committee opposes this motion to provide the additional $500,000+. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Tom Coulter, 4 Village Path. My comment is more about process than it is about the substance of the issue. As we all know, town meeting is the purest form of government we have here in Massachusetts. And when it works, it's a beautiful thing. But the citizens of the town were led to believe in the beginning of this presentation of multiple speakers that A, quote, unquote, we're broke, and B, that we only have $3,000 left under the levy limit. And clearly the second point is true. We have $3,000 left under the levy limit. But the first point is not quite accurate. And the town meeting members, as the only legislative body in this town that makes these decisions, everyone else is an advisor. You're the decision makers. You are the legislative body. It was only when the question was asked, how much is in free cash and how much is in our stabilization account, that we learned that there's close to $4 million, approximately $4 million. Now, as a town manager, currently, I understand the concern about spending that money. But it's not the advisor's decisions to spend that money or not spend that money. It's your decision to spend that money or not spend the money. You are the legislators of this town. Only you can spend money. Everyone else is an advisor. The FinCom, the Select Board, in Stoughton we call it Select Board, the Board of Selectmen are advisors. They make recommendations. In any budget presentation, I believe you deserve all of the information before you cast a vote. We are sitting on approximately $4 million in free cash. So the decision free cash and stabilization. So the question before the body is the risk of spending that cash, and I am Mr. Pike's biggest fan. He's been a mentor of mine, so anything he says about risk, I support. It would be risking spending money that is so tight in every municipality in the state. On the other hand, you've got the risk of being terribly understaffed in the police department. The increase that was spoken of were contractual increases to salaries. They weren't increases to staff. As a town manager who runs a town almost twice the size of Kingston, I understand the risk associated with being understaffed in public safety. And so I just want to summarize it and be seated, Mr. Moderator, by letting the legislative body know that the decision before you is the risk of spending limited funds, which you do have, versus the risk of being incredibly understaffed as a police department. And I would stand corrected if I'm wrong, but I believe those are the two issues before you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. So sorry, Mr. I was referring to, we had a levy capacity of 2-point-something million in 2024, and it was 3,000 today. So that was why I was like, oh, so referring to that, the other things, that's, you know.
Thank you, sir. You do a great job.
Chief, do you want to address terribly understaffed, or is the safety of officers at risk for the calls that are taken right now? Are you bringing in other towns for mutual aid on a consistent basis for the safety of your officers?
Mutual aid is not that frequent, but when something bad happens, we have to call. Usually our first call is to our east is Plymouth, because they're a bigger department. We are a skeleton crew. When an officer takes a day off, we have to backfill that with overtime, because there's no ability to create minimum staffing. The day shift and the 4 to 12 shift has 3 patrol officers and 1 sergeant. The midnight shift has 2 patrol officers and 1 sergeant. It's a 1-for-1 trade. The town will never be able to get itself into a position of negotiating with the unions and successor bargaining agreements to actually have it so that we have minimum contractual staffing, because there's no bodies to pick from. You know, I did make a point in one presentation that our current staffing is 1 sergeant to 2 patrol officers ratio when you count the total staffing. And I just have to comment too, that I made a commitment to one of the members of the selectmen, Mr. Bouchard. I wouldn't pursue this. I did not aggressively or actively pursue what's happening here today. There's enough of a public interest that a member of town meeting came forward to make this motion. So it seems clear that there's a need for staffing. The public's taken note of that. And no matter which way you vote, the need is going to still be there, and I'll be respectful of a no vote as much as I'll be happy with a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to get this question to a vote, so let's try to be quick at the microphones. Go ahead.
Donna Apple on Dogwood Drive. I listened to Chief Holmes on WATD, and I just heard something about the issue of timing. So correct me if I got your information wrong, Chief. If we hire officers now, if we vote on this now, these officers will still not be in place for approximately 12 to 24 months by the time they're vetted and they go through the academy. Is that correct? So 12 to 24 months, we're waiting.
Through you,
If
Mr.
we wait
Moderator.
another year,
Hold on, he's going to answer your question.
Through you, Mr. Moderator, the speaker, it takes anywhere from 18 to 24 months from the moment that we're funded to have an officer, candidate background checked, interview panel. We don't want to make a 32-year mistake. We want to make sure our background check is solid. The police academy is 6 months. The field training period is anywhere from 10 to 12 weeks. So yes, and then we have to wait for the availability of the police academy. If we're funding based on potential override next year, well, we're about 24 to 30 months out from boots on the ground or officers on the street.
so if we wait another year, we're talking 36 to 50 months. That's another 3 to approximately 4 years out before we get the level of staffing that they need at the police department. The other thing that I want to address is the fact that you said that now there's a lot of overtime, correct?
If you have a question or a comment, we're not going to just interrogate.
Okay.
That's a trial.
What I want to bring forth is that we have an economic decision here, but we also have an intellectual one. There is a great deal of cognitive research out there about fatigued decision-making, that your response time is slower, that your reasoning is impaired and you act with more impulsivity.
30 seconds, wrap up.
I know the kind of police officer I want if I have an issue, and it's not one that's fatigued and has too much overtime. It's someone fresh.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir?
Daniel Harlow, 31 Howlands Lane. Just a general question, anybody that could answer it. The $500,000 is for 3 positions. Can anybody break down the salaries of those 3 positions for the body, please? Through you, Mr. Moderator, the Speaker, 1 patrol officer, base salary is $85,000. The total cost for 1 patrol officer on the street is about $131,000, taking into account backfill of overtime, 3 personal days, vacation coverage, in-service training, sick days, court investigation training, and firearms training.
Last 2, and then
Yeah.
Mr. Hickey, you'll have last word.
So, Chief, the Shield on 7 Frank Street, just with the, I just wanted to make a quick adjustment. So if within about 12 months we get officers and you have a bunch of overtime now, do you believe that at some point we would have somewhat of a cost savings, or we could actually absorb some of this into our budget because you will have less overtime?
Through you, Mr. Moderator, no. The overtime is basically sustaining us right now. Adding additional positions, the only way that you would be able to save in overtime is having minimum staffing, and we're not even close to that.
Yes, ma'am.
Kathleen Goat, 4th Street. I am not opposed to adding staff to the police department. I do think it's necessary. What I'm concerned about today is something that's already been brought up, and that is that we are going about this backwards. We should have more information up front instead of starting to add this position, add that position, add more funds here, add additional funds. So this budget of $61 million, which is already 6% above last year's budget, is going to get way out of whack. It's time for us to start taking a look at where we can make hard cuts. There are absolute musts, there are needs and wants, and there are nice to haves. And it's time for all of the town departments to go back and figure out what's here that's a nice to have. We don't need it. The taxpayers of Kingston are overwhelmed. I don't know why there hasn't been any talk about, excuse me, the increases in our taxes this year. Mine went up over $1,000, and that was with no Prop 2.5 override. So you're talking about $26 a quarter here, $140
Ma'am, we're just going to the police budget,
here.
we're not talking the override yet, so if you can just keep it to just the police request for $575,000.
Okay, find the $575,000 elsewhere in the budget.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Hickey, last word, then we're voting this, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Keith Hickey, and I have the pleasure of serving as your town administrator. I just want to try to address this if I could for the group. I think Mr. Pike had a very thoughtful presentation at the beginning of the meeting. I think everybody sitting up here understands there's a need for staffing at the police department. There's also needs in other parts of the community as well with departments. One of the things that I think the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee are absolutely going to be doing over the next year is looking at the budget needs of every department holistically, and bringing forward a warrant article for just the police department, I think is short-sighted. There will be, in all likelihood, a Proposition 2.5 override article next year that will, if it goes forward, include funding requests for the police department. The police department has added a patrolman in fiscal 25, a dispatcher in fiscal 25. In fiscal 26, there'll be a new SRO in the middle school. I would urge this body, as a legislative body, to vote no on this amendment and allow the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee to work over the upcoming year with anybody from the public who wants to participate in bringing forward a more holistic, well-thought-out approach and funding amount for this body to consider in a year. Thank you.
You are the Board of Selectmen, go ahead. Quick.
I'll be very quick. So a couple things. One, we have added a lot to the budget, the police budget over the last year. I was part of the working group that hired Chief Holmes. He's done a great job. He's come in, he's identified that we have shortfalls. We upped the training, we upped equipment, we created some new positions. We know that there are other positions that are going to be required. It's just, again, it's the timing. If we know that we're going to have an override next year for the schools, we're positive of it. So if we have an override, and this is the worry, if we have an override this year and then we need an override next year, we're going to be in trouble.
Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you.
So we're going to take a vote, and this is on the motion to amend the public safety budget, which was $10,136,243, to add additional $575,000, which would cover the cost of the positions described by the chief. All those in favor?
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
Are we supposed to be voting on the motion to amend that for
No.
the override first?
No, so we started that, and everyone was confusing, saying I'm putting the cart before the horse. So I said, let's talk about the 575, because if it fails, who cares about the funding source? If it passes, then we can vote on the funding source. So we're voting on the 575 amendment to the police budget. The funding source will come after. So why argue a funding source if it fails? Then we're wasting our time. So is everyone clear? We're voting on $575,000 to the public safety budget, not the source of payment.
Was there a motion on the floor, though, after that?
There was two motions. I, as the moderator, decided I don't want to do that one first. I want to do this one first. Okay. So all those in favor of adding $575,000 to the public safety budget, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Nay. Motion fails, which means the other motion is moot. So we've gone through general government, we've gone through public safety. Do we have a hold on Silver Lake Regional School District assessment? Okay. Was there a hold on public works anymore? Education? All right, let's start the budget over. I'm going to list each, now that we've had debate on a lot of the budget, I'm going to list each item as printed in the warrant for Article 4. So if there's a hold now, say hold. General government, public safety, Silver Lake Regional School District, education, public works, human services, culture and recreation, debt services, employment benefits, insurance. Seeing no holds, we've debated it. If anyone has any other questions before we move the budget, now's your time. Seeing no movement, I believe the bottom line budget number now would be $61,065,495. Is that correct? Yes. Okay, seeing no debate, this was favorable by the Finance Committee and the Board of Selectmen. All those in favor of the Article 4 budget as described and mentioned, $61,065,495, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Nay. Motion carries with minimal opposition. We have a budget. Article 5.
Bob Erlandson, Vice Chair of the Water Commission, 99 Monks Hill Road. I move Article 5, that the town appropriate the sum of $2,146,598 to operate the Water Department Enterprise Fund to be expended pursuant to the Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53F, 1/2, for the following expenditures of the Water Department as printed in the warrant. And to meet such appropriation, $2,146,598 be appropriated from the Water Enterprise revenue. And further, the town will appropriate sum of $243,793 for water tank maintenance and $70,000 for the replacement of a 2015 one-ton truck. And to meet this appropriation, transfer from water retained earnings a sum of $57,660.36. And to close and repurpose the following articles totaling $313,793.
You can discuss your article if you like, sir.
So this is taking from the Water Enterprise Fund to operate the water department the way they're doing to assure the potable water supply in the town.
Open for debate. You should bring your chair closer to the mic.
I like the exercise.
Okay.
Daniel Harlow, 31 Howlands Lane. If the water department's an enterprise fund, and again, I might be a bit rusty, why is it being appropriated from, isn't it its own fund?
Yeah.
So why is this money, the 2.6 approx, or the 2.1, why is that being moved? Why does it have to be moved, I guess?
It's the town's water department, and so it's coming from a separate fund, not the town's operating budget, but it still needs to be approved by you, the voters, to operate that department.
Okay, so is that, I'm just wondering, is that part of the public works budget that was?
No.
Okay, so it is totally separate. Okay, I just want to make sure that's what I thought. I just wanted to understand it better. Thank you.
Seeing no one else at the microphones, let's move this to a vote. This is a majority vote, Article 5. All those in favor of Article 5, supported unanimously, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Article 6.
Elaine Fiore, Sewer Commissioner, move that the town appropriate the sum of $137,820 to defray 1/3 of the leaching field debt service. Okay, basically what this article does, just to recap, this article, leaching field money, is completely separate from the plant expansion. The plant expansion debt is being paid by those who want the capacity and septage revenue. It's not paid by the current users. We are not asking the town to pay for anything with the plant expansion that was voted in 2019. This article for leaching fields was voted most recently, and at the town meeting where it was voted, it was asked specifically, would the existing sewer customers be paying for this? And I said, more than likely. We have no additional customers as long as we're limited by the use of water in town. So long story short, there's a handout that was at the tables. I hope you got it. It basically recaps what's happened over the past 25 years as far as wastewater is concerned. The late 1990s, the town took significant steps to become an environmental steward of our local waterways by implementing a municipal sewer system. Attached to that was also a certificate from the state, 1997, explaining that the whole sewer project was different phases and that the leaching fields at the Davis property was in play at that time as a leaching field site, since the ones at the Indian Pond Estates were really temporary until the full build-out, as mentioned in 1997. The original leaching fields were not paid for by the town nor the sewer customers. It was paid for by the developer of Indian Pond Estates. The town is currently, there's 11 town buildings connected to the sewer system that aren't paying any special assessments or betterments. If the town would like to share and continue to be a environmental steward of our waterways, the municipal sewer system has played a crucial role in protecting our drinking water, Kingston Bay, Jones River, while also revitalizing the Yardena by eliminating pollution in Kingston Bay. The cost spread out over 5,000 parcels would be $28 per year over 20 years. If it got voted each year for 20 years, would be $560. What we're asking is 1 year's funding towards our debt, and we ask that the project costs have been reduced since our original presentation. We estimated 11 million. Based on bids and rework of design, it came down to 9 million. We eliminated truck traffic on Country Club Way. We kept the buffer on Country Club Way by redesigning the project as well. So we're just asking for the town to continue to support the efforts to make all of Kingston waterways accessible and clean for use by everybody.
So this was a favorable vote by the Finance Committee and the Sewer, not favorable by the Board of Selectmen. Anyone from the Board of Selectmen want to stand up on behalf of the board and address town meeting? No? Nobody? Okay. Anyone else? Open for debate?
So I actually held this item because I was curious what the selectmen's, sorry. Daniel Harlow, 31 Howlands Lane. I actually held this item because I was curious what the selectmen's decision process was.
Way to force the issue.
That's what they're there for.
Kim Ember, 214 Indian Pond Road. I voted no as a member of the Board of Selectmen because the articles were presented to us, the town meeting body, as the costs were not going to be incurred by the town, but would be incurred by users and new users. And I mean, Elaine spoke to this, so I'm just reiterating that's what we were told, that's what we voted on initially. So that's why I voted no.
Thank you.
And that's where I'm trying to make the vast distinction between the plant expansion and the leaching fields. Yes, I said that for the plant expansion. The leaching fields, I said, yes, more than likely the sewer customers will be paying for it. Honestly, it does no harm to ask. It's asking for the town to be a community and continue to support all the amenities that you enjoy: boating, fishing, clamming. All of that would not have been possible without the sewer system that is paid by approximately 1,800 people, properties.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Barbara Lanson, 99 Monks Hill Road. I'm not on the sewer system, but I am speaking in favor of this article because, as you just said, our town benefits greatly from the reduced pollution that was going into the Kingston Bay. And I think it behooves our community to support that. And again, it's a very temporary sort of measure as we're really working hard to remove the impediments to getting the tie-ins to sewer and water over the coming years. And I think this is a wise choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Ken Mawali, 111 Wapping Road. I'm just curious as to why you're pushing this to the general fund and not to as a fee on the water bills.
This whole The sewer customers are still paying.
Understood, but you're asking the rest of us to pay too. Well, everybody pays a water bill, so why not just add it to the water bills? Why push it to the general fund?
You mean the sewer bills?
The water sewer bills, they go out as one bill. So you can add a fee.
Right, we can add a fee, but either way, we need authorization to,
Understood, but actually, I don't think you need authorization to add a fee to your bills. That's just that the sewer commissioners can do that.
the sewer commissioners have the authority to increase user fees, and with the public hearing, which we're having May 15th, to add a special assessment or privilege fee. We already have that authority. What this article is doing is asking the town to share in the debt.
And I respectfully request that you ask the town to do it in the form of your water sewer bills that we currently send out. So it can stay right there.
I think he's asking
For process.
for the ratepayers to pay it, not the town to pay it. Am I mistaken?
Correct. Because
And the ratepayers would be the sewer customers.
and the water, because everybody in town gets a water bill, but not everybody gets a sewer portion on their water bill.
The water department would have to agree to, we're independent.
I think it's apples and
Understood.
oranges.
I
think they'd have
understand
to put
that.
it on the sewer because it's a sewer debt. Am I right?
Correct.
It would be a sewer debt that if
Yes.
this article passes, 1/3 would come out of the general fund or free cash, wherever. It wouldn't be applied individually to any customer, whether water, sewer, or not. And then the remaining 2/3, yes, the sewer customers would be assessed.
Right, but what you're doing is you're adding it to someone's real estate tax bill in the form of general fund,
No,
right?
no,
Yes.
going to the real estate tax bill would have a special line item that would go to.
No, that's not, I'm not talking about a betterment. What I'm saying is you're increasing everybody's tax bill because the entire town needs to pay 1/3 of the sewer commissioner's debt, right? So you already have a mechanism to collect money from the town, everybody in town, in your water bills and your sewer bills. So what I'm asking is just to keep the money on those bills and not move it to,
Well, is that, Elaine, so if there was a no vote on this, then you'd have to find the money from the bills, correct? A yes vote, the town just helps absorb some of the debt?
If there's a yes vote, then the town would absorb 1/3 of the debt for FY '26. If there's a no vote at our public hearing on May 15th, we will discuss the funding sources and how it's going to be allocated.
So I think it makes sense.
Absolutely.
It's being paid, it's who's paying it.
right.
That's what this vote
And
is gonna
as for
be.
someone who writes the checks, I would respectfully ask that you vote no on this.
Thank you. Yes, sir, and then we'll take a vote.
Bob Koska, 55 South Street. I am also not on the sewer line yet. And I'm just curious, is it only ratepayers for the sewer department that get to use the waterfront? That get to fish? That get to do the oyster harvesting that goes on in the harbor? Since the sewer commission has put in the sewers, we now have, to my knowledge, at least 2 major operations of oysters in Kingston Bay, or Kingston Duxbury Bay, that weren't there before. What's going to happen beyond that, I don't know. But what I do know is when I go to the waterfront, the water is now better than it ever was before. I moved to Kingston 50 years ago. Right now we have the best water we've ever had. Why? Because we've had a sewer system that has taken a lot of the nitrogen that would have gone into the bay and is disposed of it. So just because taxpayers aren't getting the benefit of the sewer, the sewer delivery to their house, doesn't mean that they're not getting the benefit of having sewers in town. The sewers in town benefit everybody. If we're all in this together, this is an opportunity to prove that we are a town doing what's in the best interest of the citizens of Kingston. Thank you.
Thank you. Final word, then we'll take a vote. Well, I'll give you, if you need anything, Elaine, based on.
From the environmental stance, we all agree that the town has benefited from the first phase, and the town paid 1/3 of that. Great. This is not going to go away. So the idea that this is all going to go away if we vote this down, it's not. It's going to go on the users to pay it. My question is, it's $137,000 this year. How much total will the town be? If you're asking 1/3, what's the 1/3 total? And how long will that take? How many years is that going to take? Because you're going to be coming back to this body year after year after year after year to ask for 1/3 of that debt to be paid by this town. So what is the 1/3 debt total? And then how many years will it take for you to come back every year to pay this? Thank you.
Without any additional customers, the total debt over 20 years, because that's the length of the term of the loan that we were allowed, would be $2,756,415. We're having a discussion May 15th. As customers come on, our rules and regulations state we need a public hearing before we can set rates or special assessments or anything like that. So I can't give you any definitives. The odds, and I will be held to this to another town meeting, but the odds are it could be that as customers come on, the town's liability is reduced. That's all going to be discussed at a May 15th meeting. The commissioners have not come to those decisions yet because, again, we need to have a public hearing for input from everybody. We understand the burden of all of this, but we're also sewer customers representing, sewer commissioners representing sewer customers. There's only 1,800 parcels in town, and we're just looking for some support. If it's no, then we have a different approach on May 15th. If it's yes, then we have a different approach on May 15th. It's just yes or no.
Yeah, last word, very quickly, please, though.
David Fuller, 233 Country Club Way. My only question is, we've known about this. We've known about this for a long time. The sewer expansion plant has been going on for several years now. So why haven't we planned for this? Why hasn't every bill been going up by $2 over the last 8 years? Why are we now building it? Well, I know why we're building it and short on money, because we voted no on water and we don't have any new growth, right? So, but why didn't we plan for this? Were you just banking on the new growth? Or why didn't we increase the rates on the users slightly over the past 8 years so we would be kind of in front of this rather than behind it?
We did plan, and as everybody knows, plans don't always come out the way you hope they do. We had projects lined up to connect, but that's a whole nother conversation. As far as increasing rates, we're a nonprofit. We can slightly increase rates, but we can't bank millions and millions of dollars to pay for an infrastructure project. This project with interest is $9 million. The school budget, the schools, building new schools, building a police station, building a library, whatever we may build in the future. Do you want to start paying for that now? Should we all increase your taxes now to pay for that? Or do you wait till the project goes out to bid, you find out what the actual costs are, then it's allocated to those affected or however the arrangement is made? You can't, it would be a disservice to the sewer customers to increase their rates to pay for a $9 million project that at the time we thought was going to be $11 million. That's an awful lot to bank. That's not an approach the sewer customers, the sewer commissioners are interested in taking. If the town wants to do it when they build the police station, Chief, I'd like to see we have an operating budget that increases every year. That's what we're trying to manage and make sure that those bills are paid.
I think this is ready for a vote, so let's put it to a vote. Article 6, which was Board of Selectmen not favorable by the Finance Committee and the Sewer Commission. It's a majority vote. All those in favor of Article 6 as described in the warrant say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Take out your cards. Elaine, are you going to stay, just, I need you in a certain, are you going to stay right there? Yeah. You count, okay. So if everyone has their cards out, our wonderful tellers are ready to count. All those in favor, take your card out, hold it high, and we'll start counting. All those opposed, take your cards out. I can say it carries, but. Yep.
17.
18.
That is 32, 18. I believe it's 64 to 50. So the Article 6, anyone disagree with that? 64 in favor, 50 against. It's a majority vote. So Article 6 passes. Article 7.
Thank you. Move that $3,678,467 be appropriated for the wastewater department enterprise fund to be expended pursuant to the Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53F and a half, and such funds be raised as follows. $1,918,879 from wastewater enterprise revenue. Transfer and appropriate $1,104,082 from sewer betterment funds. Raise and appropriate $225,149 from the tax levy, and transfer from wastewater Article 7 annual town meeting 423 a sum of $370,738. Sewer commissioners will be authorized to take any action to carry out these expenditures.
Open for debate? Oh, first, I need a second. Second. Thank you. Open for debate? Yes, sir.
Jim Sewell, 51 Indian Pond Road. Elaine, we just voted on the previous article at 137, raise and appropriate, and in this article, another 235, raise and appropriate for sewers?
That's,
Out of the general treasury?
yes, that's the original one-third from the original
I
phrasing.
remember the discussion, but the point I'm trying to make is we're almost $400,000 out of general treasury for sewer.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
This year.
Anybody else like to be heard? It's a wonderful thing. All right, that's favorable by the Board of Selectmen, Finance Committee, and Sewer Commission. Article 7, as printed in the warrant, the wastewater department enterprise budget. All those in favor of Article 7, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. And I think with the consent agenda, we are moving up to 15. If I missed one, please, someone tell me.
Good morning, everyone. Heath Emberg, 214 Indian Pond Road, Chairman of the Capital Planning Committee. I have three motions for you today, and we'll try to get through them as quickly as we can. Motion 1, move the town appropriate and transfer from free cash the sum of $709,518 for the capital expenditures items 1 through 8 as printed in the warrant.
Yeah, so I'm going to split this into three different votes, just because there's, so it's, Article 15 has the first project will be this, well, it has, projects 1 through 8 will be what we're discussing right now, and we'll vote those first, and then we'll take up the remaining projects. So would anyone like to be heard on projects 1 through 8? Seeing nothing, This is a majority vote. It is supported, I don't know who supported it. All those in favor of Article 15, Projects 1 through 8, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Next projects.
Move the town appropriate and transfer from free cash the sum of $360,550 for the capital expenditures items 9 through 11 as printed in the warrant.
Want to explain this?
Yes, this is some money that the town is seeking some grants to do some road and intersection and crosswalk improvements to Main Street, to Green Street at the library, and the intersection of Grove Street and Pembroke Street. I'll call out Project 11 first. The Main Street project will go on over a number of years, potentially 10 to 15 years. This money will help create a preliminary design and public outreach to begin to approach an engineer. Once we have engineering, we'll begin applying for grants from the state to conduct the work. The other two are money going directly to engineering. In the event that we're awarded the article, we will not receive the article unless the town pays for and completes the engineering. So right now, we're waiting to hear if the grants will be awarded. If they are, we will pay for the engineering and complete the work to create various traffic and safety improvements. If we do not receive the grant, the money will be returned automatically to free cash.
Anyone like to be heard? You thought about it, yeah, there he goes.
Jim Sewell, 51 Indian Pond Road. Heath, what's the timing on the grants?
Right now, we're still waiting. I talked to the town planner, Valerie Massard, the other day, and it seems like the governor's delaying announcing them.
Do we have any idea? Is it going to be next 6 months? Is it going to be within this calendar year?
Valerie's going to the microphone, so
Thanks,
I'll let her
Gavin.
answer.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, through you, Valerie Massard, Town Planner. We were, as it's posted on the state website, they should have made the announcements by the end of April. So any minute now.
All right, thank you.
Seeing no other debate, this is a majority vote, supported by the Board of Selectmen, Finance Committee, except the Finance Committee didn't support Article 10. But moving 9 through 11, all in one vote, it's a majority vote. All in favor of Article 15, Projects 9 through 11, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Oh, you're a little late, Don. All those opposed, say nay. Motion carries with minimal opposition. The last one is lease payments. Can you describe that for us?
Yeah, would you like me to make the motion first?
Please.
Okay. Move the town appropriate and transfer from the capital stabilization fund the sum of $1,010,166 for the capital expenditures for lease purchases, items 12 through 19, as printed in the warrant, and to meet this appropriation, the sum of $1,010,166 be transferred from the Capital Project Stabilization Fund, said expenditures to be under the direction of the departments named. I'll describe it when we get a second.
Yeah, it's just lease payments.
Got a second. All right. Lease payments, we are not proposing any new leases this year. These are annual payments. We use the term lease. It's really just debt financing on expensive capital. Fire trucks, ambulances, dump trucks for the highway department occupy most of the leases we have, not all of them. And it's basically kind of like paying prior year's bills. We are committed to making these payments. If we don't, the giant repo truck comes and takes our fire engines and ambulances and so forth away from us. So we have to make these payments, folks.
Really no need, open for debate. Seeing none, I'll move this to a vote. It's a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of the lease payments as described in the third aspect of Article 15, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Article 16. Someone had a hold on this on the consent agenda, so is that person still here? Who's presenting Article 16?
You'll have to excuse my voice, folks.
Just identify yourself, Ken.
Ken Mawali, Town Treasurer, 111 Wapping Road. Article 16 is the FY26 Sampson Fund appropriations to see if the town will vote to accept the recommendations of the trustees of the Elizabeth B. Sampson Memorial Fund to appropriate the sum of $70,650 from the income of said fund to be expended for the purposes the trustees recommend, or take any other action relative thereto. This article is one that we see every year at annual town meeting. It appropriates the interest earned from the Elizabeth B. Sampson Fund for projects throughout the town. All these projects are vetted by the Sampson Fund trustees, which is Eric Crone, chair of the select board, your moderator, Sean O'Brien, and me. This year's projects, as you can see in the handout, I'm sorry, should I read the motion? I didn't read the motion yet. Should I read the motion?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a good idea.
Move that the town accept the recommendations of the trustees of the Elizabeth B. Sampson Memorial Fund to appropriate a sum of $70,650 from the income of said fund to be expended for the purposes of the trustees recommended. Second. All right. So I'm sorry about that, taking that out of order, folks. The projects for this year are the national layout, which we've been doing for a while. It's $10,000. There is a new program, and if there's anybody from the police department that would like to get up and talk about it, but it's a great program, and you can see that in your handout. It's $5,000. The animal control is asking for an information kiosk. It's short money, $900, and they're going to have the high school build them a nice kiosk out in front of their facility. Kingston Fire is asking for money for the luminaries like they do every year. Kingston Facilities is looking for signage. This was originally electronic signage, but we've added to that to add some more of the signage that we've actually been the town's already been put up. So this was a great funding source to complete that project. And there will be an electronic portion of that on the front lawn of the town hall, which will be very subtle, but will give us a great opportunity to communicate to the town. The Kingston 300s is in anticipation of the 300th anniversary of the town, and the Memorial Day Parade is one that we've funded in the past. The Recreation Commission has a great program on Grace Beach during the summer, and they ask for money for entertainment, which is great. And the Conservation Commission is looking for rail trail funding. They want to build some new trails. So with that, I'll ask for any discussion on this. Perfect.
It's not a discussion. Jean Coleman, 20 Howlands Lane. I know that there was a comment on a Facebook page a couple months ago. Someone was asking how some of these things were funded. And I just wish that every time that we do these events, that we make sure to mention that they're funded by the Elizabeth Sampson Grant. And these are the events that make Kingston like the place that I want to stay. So I just hope that we can continue to give a shout out to the Sampson Grant that funds all of these amazing things every time that we put them on, because it's deserved and it's appreciated.
Agreed.
So, thank you.
All right, I see anyone else? Let's have a vote. All those in favor of the article, I turned the page, sorry. 16, the Sampson Fund appropriations as printed in Article 16. All those in favor, majority vote, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. I think that takes us to 18.
Still on some committees, you know?
You never saw a committee you didn't like.
Right? Yeah, no, all my committees. So Michelle Vaughn, 7 Frank Street. I am doing the articles for the CPC. We already did the budget already. That was already done in the consent agenda, but we're on Article 18. So I will read the first motion. Move the town appropriate and transfer from available Community Preservation Act Affordable Housing Funds a sum of $39,236 to the Affordable Housing Trust, Fund, as presented to town meeting and recommended by the Community Preservation Committee to provide further funding for the affordable housing in Kingston. I'm also on the Affordable Housing Trust.
Second. Anyone to be heard on Article 18, Motion 1? Seeing nothing. This is a majority vote. All those in favor of Article 18, Motion 1, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. Motion carries with minimal opposition. Article 18, Motion 2.
All right. Move the town appropriate from available Community Preservation Act funds, historic preservation funds, a sum of $6,350 for the repair work being done at the Jack Burry Boathouse as presented to town meeting and recommended by the Community Preservation Committee.
Is there a second? Second. Anyone want to be heard?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Hi. Hello, my name is Jean Landis-Norman. I'm Vice Chairman of the Jones River Village Historical Society. We are the owners of the Major John Bradford property and also the Back Lejeune. What we're asking for today is to replace a temporary faulty roof on the boathouse that shelters our 100-plus-year-old historic catboat, originally built by George Shiverick, a world-known boat builder who had a location here in Kingston. Just to let you know, this town meeting had previously approved spending over $105,000 to restore this boat, and all we're asking for right now is to replace the temporary roof with a permanent roof that would allow us to keep the boat more secure from animals as well as the weather elements. So I ask for favorable action on this article.
Thank you. Well, she kind of did what you were going to say, so.
Uh-huh.
Anyone else? All right, let's move for vote. Article 18, Motion 2, as printed in the warrant. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carries, minimal opposition. Article 18, Motion 3.
Okay. Move the town appropriate from available Community Preservation Act funds, historic preservation funds, a sum of $24,000 to evaluate tree growth in the cemetery in an effort to remove threatening trees that impact existing monuments and headstones with the goal of preserving irreplaceable historic monuments and headstones, as presented to town meeting and recommended by the Community Preservation Committee.
Anyone want to be heard? Yes, sir.
Craig Dalton, 11 Elm Street. I was questioning, the amounts, that's supposed to be $65,000 to go along with the rest of it down below. Looks like there's 24 there and 24, and the total was supposed to be $65,000.
There are one's for the old burial ground and one is for the Evergreen Cemetery.
Okay, I'm sorry, I mistook that.
Yeah, this is for the Evergreen Cemetery.
Very good,
If you've
thank
ever
you.
been in there, you can see there's a lot of dead trees from the Beatles, and so this is to clean it up and to help keep the headstones.
All right, seeing no, Jim?
Jim Sewell, 51 Indian Pond. Why the negative votes from both Finance Committee and Board of Selectmen?
Feel free.
Derek Billnitzer, 70 Indian Pound Road. I'm on the Finance Committee. I voted no on this in the next article because I did not feel that town funds needed to go to privately owned property, even if it is a cemetery.
Kim Emberg, 214 Indian Pond Road, Board of Selectmen. I also voted no because when you read the Community Preservation Act law, it actually specifies that public funds can't be used for private interest unless there's a new public benefit. So I didn't know what the new public benefit was. As much as I love the Evergreen Cemetery and support it, I don't support spending the town's money on it.
Okay. Anyone else like to be heard? Good. Let's vote. So we are on Article 18, Motion number 3. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Nay. Motion carries with slightly more than minimal opposition. Motion 4, Article 18.
Okay. So, move the town appropriate from available Community Preservation Community Historic Funds, $9,600, nope. Am I in the right one? Nope. I'm
think-
sorry.
Hold on. We did Article 3. Motion, Article 4 would be.
Yes, okay, there we go. Move the town appropriate for available community preservation, community for historic items, $9,681, and available community preservation act community undersigned funds, $55,319, a sum of money for the total of $65,000 as presented to town meeting and recommended by the Community Preservation Committee. And this is for the old burial ground. And there, if you can see, there are, again, many trees, and they're overtaking some of the headstones.
Second.
Open for debate? Seeing none. Motion for Article 18.
Uh-oh.
Oh, sorry, I'm blinded by the light.
Paul Baslett, Sheridan Drive, not Sheridan Drive, how about Standish Ave East now? As some of you guys know, I used to be affiliated with the town. I was the town tree warden for quite a few years. We're working with the chairman, Mr. Dalton, about these trees. These trees should have come down 10, 15 years ago. Every time we had a severe winter storm, and I know we don't have too many of those lately, I'll get tree limbs coming down, and they're damaging these ancient stones. So I implore that the town vote for this so we can get these trees at least removed, or get the most dangerous ones down this year, and hopefully future town meeting will approve some more money to get rid of them all. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I got another one. Go ahead.
Hi, Jean Landis, Noman 84 Wolf Pond Road. I think it needs to also be brought forward that we have the roots as well as the branches and the trees themselves are a threat to all the graves and historic grave sites and tombs that are within this National Register of Historic Place and to several of the nearby structures. So I think it's very important that we not only preserve the grave sites but honor them by making sure that there is taken care of as well as possible. Many of the founding members of the Plymouth Colony are buried in our old burying ground. So I ask that you vote favorable on this article.
Thank you. Motion for Article 15, motion for Article 18 as printed in the warrant. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries with minimal opposition. That brings us to 20.
Okay, so this is for the Bates Pond accessible.
Hold on one second. We have one more, sorry.
We have one more. We had 4.
Let's do the fifth one. Article 18, motion 5.
Okay, so this is for the Bates Pond Accessible Trail Project. Move the town appropriate from available Community Preservation Act Community Open Space Funds, $39,236, and available Community Preservation Act undersigned funds, $28,987, for a total of $68,223, as presented to the town meeting and recommended by the Community Preservation Committee. If you'd like me to read the description, feel free, I will.
Okay. All right, open for debate. Seeing none. Move Article 18, motion 5 as printed in the warrant. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carries, minimal opposition. 19, I believe we did. 20, I believe was that a hold? So 19 was, and 20 was a hold? Yeah, 20 was a hold. So Article 20, please. Withdrawn? Well, we got to vote. Yeah, that was going to be part of the consent, so we'll just move it. Who's presenting Article 20, please? Yeah, it's withdrawn, but I already, so I think you can just read it and we can vote it. Unless you're going to question yourself. Thank you, Jim.
To see if the, Article 20, this is a wage and personnel bylaw, amendments and compensation schedule, to see if the town will vote to amend the wage and personnel bylaw, including the classification and compensation schedules A, B, C, and D, printed here in the warrant. Proposed Town of Kingston wage and personnel bylaw for FY26, again, printed here in the warrant. And appropriate and transfer the sum of $53,829 for the proposed changes. This,
Can I get a second?
yeah, can I get a second? Okay, this, basically what this does is it cleans up our wage and personnel bylaw. It also it adds a 2% cost of living increase to the wage and personnel people, which matches what is provided for the union employees in the town. And I think that's basically it. The cost of that was, as I said, $53,829.
Open for debate? Seeing none, I'll move this for a vote. All those in favor of Article 20 as printed in the warrant, wage and personnel, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. 21. Article 21.
Tyler Bouchard, 217 Parting Way Road, and member of the Board of Selectmen. Move the town vote to raise and appropriate and transfer from available funds in the Treasury the sum of $70,000 to be expended for consulting services in support of compliance in the town's MS4 issued by the Environmental Protection Agency. In the past, this has been part of the small equipment warrant. We don't have that this year. So this is a yearly compliance appropriation that we need every year. So usually it's just voted into a consent agenda as something that we have to do. This year it's singled out because we do not have that small equipment consent agenda.
Would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, this is a majority vote favorable by Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee. Article 21, all those in favor of Article 21 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Article 22.
Move the town vote to transfer the sum of $50,000 from an unexpended article approved at the 2023 annual town meeting, Article 17, line 4, to be expended for an update to the complete streets plan, along with road and pedestrian safety projects. And just as the motion states, this article would reallocate funding approved in the FY24 budget for an update to the complete streets plan.
Open for debate? Seeing none, I'll move Article 22 as printed in the warrant. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries with one nay. The fun one. Article 24.
Eric Crone, 43 Longwood Circle, member of the Board of Selectmen. Move the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to submit a special act to the legislature, said act creating a public works department with the form of the special act being substantially in the following form, and further to authorize the selectmen to approve modifications to said act as may be required by the legislature, provided that such changes do not materially change the intent of said special act or take any action relative thereto. All right. Okay, so I've got a presentation. I promise I'll be quick. I think it's 10 slides, and that's it.
I'm just going to step out of the way.
Is my head in the way? No, I'm good. All right. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for coming this morning. Again, my name is Eric Crone, and I'm here representing the Board of Selectmen. We're here to present a proposal that reflects careful thought, collaboration, and a forward-looking approach to how we manage our public infrastructure, a proposal to establish a Department of Public Works, or DPW, in our town. This idea isn't just about organizational change. It's about improving how we serve our residents, how we respond to emergencies, maintain our roads, manage our water and sewer systems, and plan for future growth. Our goals are not to eliminate the water or sewer commissions, and in fact, we're recommending that we leave the commissions intact. We understand change can bring questions, and that's a good thing. Our goal today is to walk through why we believe this is the right next step for Kingston, what it would look like, and how it benefits the entire community. We're here to answer your questions and earn your support. So let's get started. Sure.
Here's not being updated on the right.
Is that better?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Is that good? Yes. Thank you. All right, so why revisit the current structure? The timing is right. With the retirement of Paul Basler, our longtime streets, trees, and park superintendent, we saw an opportunity, not just to fill a vacancy, but to evaluate how we can do things better. So we brought together a diverse working group, including a member of the selectmen, town administrator, the fire chief, water commissioner, sewer commissioners, and Paul Basler, all bringing valuable insight into how our departments operate today. And I just want to take this moment again, if you weren't at our town meeting back in the fall, where we thanked Paul for his many, many years of service and 23 years as the superintendent of our highway department. He's done a wonderful, wonderful job. And I remember saying, he's been a great resident of the town, and he's volunteered for so many things, and I was positive that he wasn't done yet. And for sure, he joined this working group and provided quite a bit of insight. So again, thank you, Paul. And I also just want to take this moment to thank Sean Turner, who, as the foreman at the highway department, he stepped up and has been serving as the interim superintendent throughout this process as we're looking to redefine what a superintendent or a DPW would mean. And Sean has done a tremendous job, thanks to him and all the employees of the highway department. They've done a great job through the winter, so we appreciate that. All right, so our current structure, right now, currently the highway department reports up through the town administrator. The water and sewer departments operate in a silo, as you can see in this org chart. And there's limited structured coordination that's required between them. So this has led to some real world issues where we've had project delays, communication breakdowns, some duplication of effort. It's not their fault. It's not the department's fault. It's just the way that the departments have been structured and the town is structured that's really holding us back. If you have a kid in fifth grade math who's having a problem with math, you went to the town administrator to ask, how you could go about getting help for your child. It doesn't make sense, right? You'd be going to the schools to get help. But if somebody has an issue with water or sewer, they go to the town administrator or anybody in town hall. It's, sorry, that they're not part of our department. You need to contact those departments. They're completely independent. So that's an issue. So what is a Department of Public Works? A Department of Public Works is a consolidated model where critical infrastructure services like roads, water, sewer, and facilities are managed under a single umbrella, led by a DPW director. This model is used in many towns across Massachusetts, and you go town to town. Some towns have a completely independent water department, some have a completely independent sewer, some have a DPW that's managed under one umbrella. So it really varies. So what are some of the benefits of a DPW? As you can see, I have several items up here, but adding to that, we also would benefit from faster project coordination, stronger accountability, cross-trained staff for emergency response, better use of taxpayer dollars, and led by a professional engineer, someone who's educated, trained, and has the experience managing all of the aspects of a Department of Public Works. But it's not just about cutting costs. It's about doing smarter, more agile work with the resources that we already have. So this, and I'm sorry, this is, the handout is also in, the slideshow is also in your handout. The organizational structure for a DPW, basically a public works director would oversee the daily operations of a highway, water, and sewer department. So the existing teams would remain, but with improved leadership and coordination. The water and sewer commissioners would continue to oversee policy, rate setting, and capital planning. This would just create clarity of roles and a more cohesive team and really just focusing on the daily operations. That's what we're looking for, is really daily operational efficiencies, better communication. If somebody has a question for the water superintendent, if it's something that person may have to go back to the water commissioners, they would have to call a meeting within 48-hour posting notice to have a meeting to sometimes make decisions. So that's what we're talking about in terms of delays. So some real world examples. Up here we have projects. Projects aren't optimized. really without the forced structural organization, collaboration, and communication. So it is costing the town. What won't change? What's important is what doesn't change. Water and sewer commissioners would remain elected. They would be separate commissions, continue to make critical policy and financial decisions, and public accountability is preserved. But what changes is who handles the day-to-day, giving our elected officials more time to focus on long-term planning and oversight and their years of expertise. They've been doing this for decades. So really our next steps here today, we're going to be voting on this. If this passes, we will then be able to start the recruiting process for a DPW director. This is going to take several months to go through this process. We need to find the right person, and it needs to be a collaborative process. We'll need to onboard them thoughtfully and begin an iterative process of refining any bylaws that may need to change or any policies with new leadership, working with the sewer commissioners, the water commissioners, the superintendents, and the new DPW director. So we hope this presentation has given you some clarity and confidence in the proposal. This is about equipping our town with the right structure for the future, one that strengthens communication, improves service, and prepares us for challenges ahead. And we respectfully ask for your support, and I'm ready to answer any questions.
Do we have a second? We got a second, right? Yes? Okay. So before...
Do you want to turn it off, or do we need it on for the...
let's leave it on just for a couple minutes.
Yeah.
So we could open this up for general debate, or we could first ask to hear from... We can open up for debate, but it's favorable by the Board of Selectmen, which just presented it, but it's unfavorable by the Water and Sewer Commission. So would someone, or either one or both of those individuals like to come forward and address town meeting before I open it up to everybody else? I promise I'll get you. I just want to hear both sides and then...
Hi, I'm Bob Koska, 55 South Street, and currently a member of the Board of Water Commissioners. I've been a member of the Board of Water Commissioners for somewhere around 30 years. I lose track after a while, but it's been a long time. In your packet, you had a list of 4 pages of text that you're supposed to read and absorb before voting on a major restructuring of vitally important departments where failure isn't an option. If water department fails, you don't have potable water. We sit on one of the richest aquifers in America. The potential of polluting that aquifer and making it not usable is there every day, with gas stations and all kinds of things that create a problem. Many of you may know, one of our wells is now not operative and we can't use it because it's contaminated by a gas leak. The potential of that happening again is real. We need, in my opinion, an organization who is focused strictly on the water, not distracted by trees or streets or snow plowing or the sewer department or leach fields, strictly the water. Now, the way the new structure is set up, yeah, we get to set the rates. We don't get to hire the superintendent. We don't get to hire the laborers that work in our department. We get to set the rates. And by the way, we get to hear your complaints. But that's about it. Because there's virtually no responsibility or power left in either Board of Water Commissioners or the Board of Sewer Managers to do this. Now, if you look at the both the sewer commissioners and the water commissioners unanimously voted no. If this is a good idea, it'll be a good idea next year. But right now, we're asking you to absorb 4 pages of information, a brief presentation that was presented here, and radically change the structure of water department, the sewer department, and street department in the town of Kingston. Again, if it's a good idea, it will be a good idea next year. There hasn't been much discussion going on in town. There's been discussions among committees. I was on one of the committees. In fact, every single member of the Water Commission has attended those committees, and we voted no. I don't think it's a good idea, at least certainly not being pushed like this. If we're talking about strategizing, we're going to be able to strategize. Strategize with who? I don't have any power. There will be a DPW head that will be making decisions with our input, suggestions, advice, or being ignored. Either way. And there was one other thing, but I think that's enough. You'll probably hear from other people. Thank you.
So response, and then I'll open it up. Elaine, I'll give you next say.
Okay, so just one of the things about hiring the staff, you make, the commissioners make a recommendation, but it's the Board of Selectmen who appoint new staff to those departments. So that wouldn't change. You would still be, our intent is that you would still be recruiting for your superintendent, for your staff, make those recommendations up. The change here is that there is no dotted line, there's no line from Water Department, Sewer Department to Town Hall. There's nothing. This would put a solid line up to a DPW director, giving the superintendents someone above who can help coordinate projects. We've had, the Water Department does road projects, the Highway Department does road projects, the Sewer Department does road projects. They are not the same. They don't use the same vendors. They don't use the same engineers. They don't, there's not any, and it's not their fault, it's just that there's no organizational structure that would force that collaboration, and that's what we're looking for. Again, not looking to eliminate commissioners, but Bob made a great point. So I just want to say how deeply we respect and appreciate the decades of service that the commissioners have had, their institutional knowledge and the care for what they're doing. It's been invaluable. The problem is, we need to look at, it's our responsibility to look beyond today, to build a structure that's sustainable. So even when we no longer have those individuals in place, the reality is, and many of you here are on various committees and boards, we all know that nobody's running for these positions. So we haven't had, I mean, the water commissioners have been there a very long time. Sewer commissioners, same thing. The reality is, you know, it puts our town in a vulnerable position. So it's not just about who holds the title, but it's about who's there to make decisions, guide long-term planning, and respond to emergencies. By creating a DPW director role, we're not replacing commissioners, we're supporting them in building in continuity. So when future vacancies occur, and they will on these commissions, our town doesn't stall or suffer because there's no one ready to lead. So it's about making sure that somebody qualified is always there, a professional, educated and licensed engineer, plus the superintendents. The superintendents have a huge role, and they still would report, just as the planner still reports to the planning board, the superintendents would report to the commissioners, but they would also, the superintendent would also report to a DPW director. So it's not a huge change. I know people are nervous about change. It's not a massive change. I mean, the change is the operational day-to-day activities would be overseen by a DPW director. So again, we just need to be prepared for the future, especially in a town where nobody's coming to our meetings. You know, our town meeting is empty. Our boards have a lot of open spaces. I mean, how many people are running for Board of Selectmen? 2 people for 1 spot. You know, people just don't run for positions. It's just, and water and sewer are definitely more complicated, more technical. You know, the experience is invaluable. I mean, Lane's been doing this forever. I mean, she knows a lot about sewers. Bob, you know everything that we don't know about water. And again, for anybody concerned about, you know, this being a power grab, we don't want to be water commissioners or sewer commissioners. It's just about the day-to-day operational functions, I guess. All right, thank you.
Yep. Ma'am, go ahead, and Elaine, you can come up. Go ahead, ma'am.
Oh, Janet Stanford, 53 Evergreen Street. So can we put that chart back up while I'm talking? Because I want to make comments about it.
This one?
Yes, that one, thank you. So I'm noticing that on the Highway Department, Mr. Basler he retired, and so now there's not going to be a superintendent. I can't actually read this, but I watched a different meeting maybe a couple of weeks ago. So there won't be a superintendent on that side, correct?
Correct. So our idea is it's kind of a merged position. So it would be, rather than replacing the superintendent with another superintendent, we're suggesting that we have a professional engineer as the director of public works who also serves as the superintendent.
Okay.
We may have to look at what the role underneath, that's foreman for both transfer station and the highway department.
Okay, so that's going to be my point. I'm not opposed to a director of Department of Public Works, but my question is, if on the highway side, a foreman can run the day-to-day business, how come on the water and the sewer side, shouldn't those superintendents, I hate to say this, I don't know them personally, shouldn't that be downgraded to foreman also? Because if now we have a director above them doing some day-to-day work, won't their workload decrease, and shouldn't they be downgraded at least in title and pay? Because we're adding positions here, and that makes me nervous with the fiscal, all the money situations going on today and throughout the year.
Well,
I'm worried about-
I don't think there's been a request to eliminate those positions at this point, so I think we can only speculate as to what could happen in the future, but
Well,
for today, I think the issue is, there's no one's suggesting getting rid of the
I'm
superintendents.
not saying eliminate them, but why can't they be foremen? And maybe a foreman doesn't get paid as much as a superintendent. So I'm going to vote no for this because I just don't like adding positions, adding money. I just don't like it. I think if they're not doing as much work as they're doing right now, then I'm not saying eliminate the positions. I'm saying just change their positions to be a foreman, just like the highway side. That's my comment.
Thank you. Elaine?
First of all, I want to say this isn't about Elaine Fury as a sewer commissioner. It has nothing to do with the sewer commissioner, but having a lot of knowledge about how the wastewater department works, my concerns are related to the operation of the department. This bylaw, if you read through the bylaw, and I'm going to go through some highlights, but the bylaw replaces the reporting responsibility from 2 elected commissions, water and sewer, dedicated to their disciplines, with an elected board of selectmen and another layer of management with the DPW director. Based on the bylaw, the DPW director isn't required to know anything about wastewater or water, only to have a bachelor's degree in civil engineering or 5 years of relevant professional experience. And this part actually will help Janet understand this. The wastewater chief operator superintendent is required to have more experience than the director of public works. Specifically to the water department, the license to operate Kingston's $70 million sewer system is held by our chief operator superintendent, Dave Walsh, not the town of Kingston. At the end of the day, the position answers to the DEP's rules and regulations. The staff at the plant all need to have a grade 5 license except for the laborer. Superintendent Walsh is empowered to resolve any issues or problems that arise, utilizing our on-call staff, on-call engineers, on-call vendors, and the DEP. He decides the best approach based on his experience, expertise, intimate knowledge of the plant, and brainstorming with industry peers. All time-sensitive issues are decided immediately. In our case, adding a director of DPW will add delays. For better communication, our chief operator superintendent routinely communicates with the town administrator and the superintendent of water and highway on a regular basis, as well as police, fire, and other departments as needed. All wastewater projects have involved the highway superintendent from the very beginning. He had a seat at the table, was invited to weekly update meetings, and worked directly with our engineers and staff. He was part of the project team. His expertise was utilized for all of our street projects, all without a DPW director. fewer delays and conflicts. I'm not aware, the commissioners haven't been made aware of any. As it is with the addition of our recent commissioner, Brian Donahoe, the leaching field project timeline was cut down from 15 months to 5 months because of his knowledge, focus, and commitment. Shared equipment, wastewater equipment sharing is very limited because of cross-contamination. As it is, the wastewater department has to hire an outside company with a Vector truck to pump down our 16 pump stations because there would be cross-contamination if it was reused by the highway department for catch basins. But we do share. We share our Bobcat and trailer during snowstorms. We share already. Shared personnel is limited. Including the superintendent, there are 6 employees who are responsible for the plant operation, which includes the lab, 16 pump stations, leaching fields, grinder pumps, the pipes in the street. 365 days a year, there are no available staff to assist in other areas. Except for the laborer's position, the DEP requires an employee to have a grade 5 wastewater license to work at the plant. Unified emergency response. When available off hours, our laborer does assist the town during weather events. A weather event is just as crucial and critical for the wastewater department as it is for any other department. During snowstorms, the plant and the 16 pump stations must be kept clear of snow to provide continuous access. Staff cannot be assigned to a neighborhood to plow, as the first responsibility is the plant. The daily responsibilities continue as it's all hands on deck. Power outages can affect the plant, 16 pump stations, and over 150 residential grinder pumps that all need to be managed. No employees from the highway department, transfer station, or water department can work at the plant without a grade 5 license. Is the goal to have all other employees obtain licenses? The bylaw states that it's all going to be under the direction of the Board of Selectmen. The bylaw states, Section 8, may vest the Department of Public Works additional powers related to the following duties: the collection and disposal of garbage and refuse, the maintenance and repair of streetlights, the maintenance and repair of town buildings and other property. Sewer customers are paying the salaries of the sewer staff. Now that staff is going to be reallocated to different areas in town that are paid for by the general fund. The Director of Public Works shall have full charge and authority over the employees, equipment, and facilities within the Department of Public Works. Again, it's an enterprise fund paid by you, the sewer customers. It just goes on and on. It ends up, the wastewater department is an enterprise fund with the operating budget paid 100% by the sewer customers, not the general fund. Are we now asking sewer customers to pay for employees and equipment to be used by general fund operations? In Article 7, you'll see we're already paying over $200,000 for the services provided to us by other departments. Now that amount will increase to include a Director of Public Works with no added value to the wastewater department. That's all I have at this time. I hope you don't support this, and to Bob's point, I believe the committee only met 3 or 4 times tops. Another year isn't going to matter because there's a lot of options on the table that apparently were discussed in those meetings, and this is just a lot to digest in one short time at town meeting.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Go first.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Barbara Lanson, Vice Chair of the Water Commission. I'm not going to repeat anything here. What came out of some of the committee meetings I was attended to was definitely a desire by the Water and Sewer Commission to sit down and kind of figure out those efficiencies that we can find in our operations. I think this proposal is putting the cart before the horse, in that put an individual really doesn't have the idea that they're going to have to do all that first anyways. And I think sitting down and having those conversations with the different departments to figure out and formalize where these efficiencies can happen, what we can do, and then see from that is a DPW person needed to oversee that or not? I think we really want to be deliberative in this, take our time and do it right, as opposed to pushing it through right now with obviously a lot of resistance to seeing this as a positive at the moment. So I urge you to postpone this to a later date.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Lorraine Bergio, Wage and Personnel, Winthrop Street. I do have a couple of comments and questions. One is, one of my questions was how many times did they meet?
A little closer to the mic, please.
Oh, okay. Sorry. One of the questions that I have regarding something that Elaine said is that they had, I think it was Elaine or Guy, 4 times they met, okay? From what I understand, the working group started around November and December. And at that time, Wage and Personnel, we had asked to communicate with them, to meet with them, and they didn't. They asked us to give their summary to us as Wage and Personnel somewhere around this time of year. We got nothing, nothing. We didn't see anything in the bylaw, and the issue was there was a minor, what do you call it? Oh, Christ, I'm waiting. All right, they stopped something, they lost something, they dropped out the facility manager. So we talked with Keith, Jim did, and facilities is in. And the question about why facilities should be in the development and creation of a DPW is, okay, you have lawnmowers at the school. We have lawnmowers at DPW. Right now, you can't touch.
Closer to the mic, please.
What?
You got to get close. We got to.
I know, I'm sorry. I apologize,
No,
Sean.
you're fine. You're doing great.
Okay, no, I don't think so. But the thing is, it appears they had 4 meetings. When you're creating an entire department, how can you do that? How can you honestly say you have really examined everything in 4 meetings? And then turn around and hand out now the proposed DPW. The other thing was, oh, good Lord. And basically, I'm not a fan of the structure now, and I don't believe personally that they took a lot of time, or enough time, to really examine how the structure is going to be. But that's pretty much it, and I'm fumbling on the words, and I apologize for that, because I've got 9 million questions, like everybody in the room. But I don't think in the end result is that enough time was taken.
Thank you.
Okay.
Someone will have you address at the end. Let's get to the comments.
So Sheila Vaughn, 7 Frank Street. I just had a quick question on section 13. I just wanted to be clear that it says that about the different commissions and boards, that it says it would be appointed. Are these still going to be elected and appointed, or are they just all going to be appointed positions? So the commissioners would not, I just wanted to make that clear. Are we still going to have elected positions, or are they all going to be coming from the Director of Public Works for these boards and commissions? So it says here.
Where are you looking?
So it's under section 13, the Director of Public Works shall supervise, direct, and be responsible for the efficient administration of all departments, offices, boards, and committees appointed by the director. It doesn't say elected. It says appointed or elected.
The commissioners will still be elected. That doesn't change anything. The people who work under him, they say appointed, that's hired. So all of the staff, the superintendent would be appointed, hired by a DPW director. I'm trying to find exactly where it is.
Yeah, it's in section 13, just because it just says that the director shall appoint or remove such employees as it seems necessary, subject to town meeting appropriation. I just wanted to make sure, just because it doesn't say anything about elected, if it was going to be appointed specifically.
The only ones
by him.
elected are the commissioners.
Yeah, I just want to
Yeah,
make
yeah.
sure of that. It just sounds
Yeah.
right here, because you say, it does
No,
say boards and committees.
A DPW director could not appoint, couldn't even appoint a board.
I just want to make sure of that.
Yeah,
Okay.
no.
Yes, sir.
Mark Rotaboni, 15 Old Orchard Lane. It's obvious from the previous conversation that we're not ready to really take a vote on this tonight. But I think town meeting certainly gives us an opportunity for the committee to get some input for how the people of the community feel. And speaking of the org chart, I don't know if the committee had considered road commissioners, highway commissioners to balance this out in an elected capacity. And I think keeping the hiring possibilities within those commissions, day-to-day supervision and coordination could certainly be your director, but I would advocate and support something that would go with having 3 elected commissioners that would keep those hiring, as the Water Department pointed out. And as far as this funding source for your director, we have a lot of peer review that's done in Kingston for engineering specific to these departments, but also outside of that. And if we bring that peer review in-house, you could perhaps fund the director's salary and not come back to this body looking for more money to create that position. Thank you.
Elaine, then you. Actually, I'll give you a last word, Elaine, so don't worry. Go ahead.
David Fuller, 233 Country Club Way. I'm trying, like everyone else, to absorb all this, right? And I want to try to break it down as basic as I can. What the heck are we voting on, right? And to me, it breaks down to this. We have a current system and a new system, right? The current system has all the oversight and authority, rates, everything, under water commissioners elected every 3 years. Every 3 years, right, Elaine?
Yes.
Cool. What they're trying to create is say, these independent functions, right? Instead, let's just put it all under the town. Let's put all the authority underneath the town, right? Now, they still are going to advise the commissioners, right? But essentially, when the water comes out brown, you can go down to town hall and chew Keith out, right? He's probably going to deserve it. So that's what we're doing. This is the fundamental arguments. Do you want to keep the current system with a couple people elected every 3 years, or do you want to throw it underneath the selectmen and the town administrator with further oversight, in my mind? And I think it's warranted. I want it, right? As a member of the Finance Committee, I want more oversight at all times. I came here before you 30 minutes ago because I have a difference in opinion on how they should be funding. There's no legal mechanism where they couldn't have charged extra money over the last 10 years, knowing that they had a planned expansion, and instead of dropping it now, right? I want more oversight. I wanted another party in the room like myself, maybe, to bring that up. I need a new roof here in the next 5 years. I'm putting away $200 every month towards it. I'm not waiting to go get a home equity loan to pay for the $35,000 it's going to cost me. We have a difference of opinion on that, right? So that's fundamentally how I see it. Continue the current way, elected every 3 years, a couple people, or have it all underneath the town with the overall authority on the select board and the town administrator. That's how I see it. Thanks.
I'm going to recognize this gentleman, then the Board of Selectmen and someone from the Water Commission will get last words, and then we're going to take a vote.
Thank you. Tom Bouchard, 6 Quail Run. This has come up over the years many times. It seems like for the last 12 or 15 years, this has been discussed at town meeting. Every time it came up, I voted against it. I didn't like it. I didn't think it was the right timing. However, I think this is perfect timing this year, and I would really love to see this happen. I think this will bring a lot of oversight. We have, I don't want to say what I was going to say. I'll get yelled at, but
Good idea.
I do believe that we need the oversight. I would love to see this happen. I don't agree that we need to demote anybody or anything else. This isn't a large expense, actually, to the town, but I think it's time. It's time Paul, as we know, left his job and retired, and I think the time is now, and I really hope that the townspeople support this because this will bring a lot more organization and bring some people together. Right now, I'm on the planning board. It just seems like no one wants to communicate with each other, different boards, and it's a real problem. I've called the chairman of one of these committees and said, we need to communicate more, planning board, this one, that. Not a word. We need someone to oversee all these departments, and I think it's the best time to do it is right now while we don't have a superintendent. We can hire the right person. We have someone in place right now that's taken over Paul's job temporarily. It's perfect timing. I said we vote for this. Thank you.
Elaine, 2 minutes, Board of Selectmen, 2 minutes, then we're voting.
I just want to say, let's not throw out the baby with the bathwater. Can things be tweaked? Of course they can. Everything can always be better. This structure, I've listened to a lot of the people, and 4 meetings is not enough to put together a governmental structure. So based on the information that I am aware of, plus the comments I've heard in today's meeting, I'd like to make a motion to table this article.
Okay. Well, I guess wouldn't that just be kind of a no vote? But we can do it, but if we're ready to vote. I mean, we just gave you last word. So if you're going to make a motion, you just made argument in.
Yeah.
I mean, if we table it, that's just a no vote, right? So I guess we can, so let me double check.
Question, Mr. Moderator.
Hold on, I'm going to consult with counsel as I'm obligated to do when I'm unsure of myself, which is quite often. Yeah, you know what? I already called a vote on this. I said, this gentleman, Finance Committee, Water Commissioner, Board of Selectmen, I was calling a vote. We're not going to supersede what I've already stated. So that's my decision, and I'm confident, or slightly confident, that I'm doing the right thing. Elaine, if you want, I said you could have, if you want a few more seconds to finish up, or if someone else from the Water Commission wants the time. Sewer or water, I said. If not, you get a few moments and we're going to take a vote. I mean, a no vote, in essence, you could bring it back next year, so it's not, go ahead.
All right, so I definitely hear folks are saying that it feels rushed, but this isn't rocket science. This is hiring one person. It's hiring a DPW director to, again, formalize communication and collaboration. Is it going to be right off the bat? No, but we can meet 30 times. I can tell you the meetings we had were unproductive after the first one. No minds were changed. We had different water commissioners at each meeting. It was the same conversation each time because we had a different water commissioner each time. So we would kind of repeat everything that we had said in the prior meeting to the new water commissioner, and that's how those meetings went. So do people want change? No, they don't. But are we going to find ourselves in this, as I said before, we're going to find ourselves in a situation when these people step down, because they've been serving for decades. When these people do step down in their holes, nobody's running for these positions. Again, for any of these positions, we need to be, we're a big enough town, our budget is big enough that we really need this position. Is it going to get tweaked? Absolutely. Sewer commissioners, water commissioners, we may find things as we're going along. I mean, we do this every year at town meeting. We come back and we have bylaw changes because we've identified issues. But again, this isn't rocket science. It's one new position to oversee. We're calling it a Department of Public Works, but it's a one-person department. So again, we could meet 30 times. Nothing would be different, in my mind. Were there any other questions that I missed? I mean, I know it was, people were saying it felt rushed. Is that it?
What's that?
I'm done.
Okay. All right, we're going to put to a vote. So,
I have a question.
okay, but I'm not taking any more questions.
Oh, really?
Unless it's something specifically
It's
related.
specific. It's
Okay.
specific.
Okay, so what is the question?
How is my life going to improve by the addition of this position? How is anybody's life going to improve by the addition of this position?
Projects are going to be.
The argument is not here. Elaine's,
I'm not throwing anybody
holes.
under the table, so I'm trying not. I'm not going negative here. I don't want to throw any specific, but we have a problem. We've had, and I've outlined that. I said we have a problem because we have siloed.
you have to identify the problem.
Look at.
You
Okay,
proposed
but
a
that's,
solution
we're,
without
okay, hold on,
identifying the
hold on,
I can.
hold on. Okay, so how is anyone's life going to change? The answer is Probably not. So it's either a yes vote or a no vote. If you're not supporting it,
It will.
on a personal basis, your life's not going to change. If the question is the government's efficiency going to change, then that's something else. But how's your personal life going to change?
So we had a water project on the roads on 3A last year. It was supposed to be done in August. They finished yesterday. When the road repairs were done, they were continuing to be dug up and paved over throughout the fall, and the road work was subpar. It had to be redone. And then it was too late to do the final paving. They finished yesterday. So, and then there was paving being done on election day because there wasn't the thought to coordinate with other parts of town. It's a siloed mentality, and that's the problem that we've had here in this town. We don't need, and we're even seeing it, we're trying to improve.
Isn't 3A a state road? I mean, don't you have to coordinate with the state too?
Yes, so that's the other, so you have to coordinate with the police chief, the police department on traffic management plans, am I saying that right? That needs to be done correctly. I'll leave it there. So a DPW director is going to be the one over highway, water, sewer, and I'm not giving any examples of sewer, the water department was last year. And it's not their fault. They just don't do it as much. So you've got 3 different departments doing road work, but not one person is handling all of them. Like if the highway department did any and all road work, that's different. But my point is, there needs to be certain steps that are followed. There needs to be, and the experience just isn't there. So by having somebody at the top who's responsible for that, we're holding them accountable. So how does it affect you? Less traffic on Route 3A when there's road work.
We have a town administrator.
He has no power over the water department. That's.
But maybe
I don't mean to be
Guys, only one at a time. Hold on. One at a time.
I don't mean to be raising my voice to you. It's frustration coming out. We have no power. So we can, the water superintendent who is responsible for this, like he was on vacation this week during this work. He can't do anything.
But he can bring people together.
No, so the problem is water commission is elected, sewer commission is elected. They are silos. They act like silos. Their departments are silos. There's a lack of communication. There's a lack of collaboration. Sewer is having a big problem right now, and they're trying to work. Watch their meeting recently. There was arguments. Sewer needs water. There is no water. So there's a lot of arguments going back and forth. A DPW director, by forcing that organizational structure, will solve this issue. Because right now it's just if they feel like it. And the commissioners, they've been doing this for a long time, and they have said they will make sure that communication is improved and that sort of thing. But it shouldn't be up to them as elected people. It needs to be part of the organizational
All right, we're going to take a vote now. We're taking a vote now.
Well, you haven't really finished all the questions. There's too many questions.
Well, you weren't standing up when there was a gentleman there was Elaine, and there's the Board of Selectmen. No one else was standing up, and I said at that point in time, I'm moving this. We've been on this for over a half hour. So yes, we are taking a vote.
Again, half an hour is not a long time to discuss this.
Okay, you weren't standing at the microphone, ma'am.
I am now.
Okay, do you have something new that hasn't been said?
It is new. The superintendent that you're hiring doesn't have the right grade to oversee these other 2 commissions. What's he going to do? He can't do that. That's a major problem.
I don't believe that to be accurate, but I'll let the Board of Selectmen.
No, it's not.
Go ahead.
Water Commission, final response. With the current, or the recent construction over the past year, most of those delays were due to weather. Those delays, we also had delays due to the lack of overtime crews show up to direct traffic. So a lot of these issues that happened are out of the control of everyone. A DPW director is not going to be able to stop the rain from happening or the winter from coming. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Article 24, creation of a Public Works Department. It's a majority vote. It was supported by the Board of Selectmen unanimously. It was not supported unanimously by the Water Commission or the Sewer Commission. Again, this is a majority vote. All in favor, which would create the Public Works Department position, say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Nay. I'm going to say motion carries. All right, I'll count it. I'll count it. Pull out your cards. I hope I'm not wrong on this one. So if you're in favor of Article 24, would you please take out your cards, raise it high, and let's count them.
Twenty-one.
21, you counted the two people in the doorway?
I did.
Okay, and you didn't count the two people in the doorway? I didn't count. Okay, just want to make sure. You had 21?
21.
9.
10.
40. All right, let's go the other way now. Those opposed to the article? Oh, I missed that one.
The yeses were just louder.
Good.
24.
13.
All right, so Sean O'Brien made another mistake today. The article fails, so let's move on. Article 25. Who's got Article 25? Oh, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Dunn, Bayview Ave, Board of Assessors. I move that the town vote to accept the Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 22I, which authorizes an annual increase in the amount of exemption granted under General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 22, A, B, C, E, and F, by the percentage increase in the U.S. Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics, Consumer Price Index for the previous year, as determined by the Commissioner of Revenue to be effective for applicable exemptions granted for any fiscal year beginning on or after July 1st, 2025, or take any action relative thereto.
Second.
I hope this goes a lot easier than the last article. Currently, the exemptions for veterans cost the town $25,200 annually. There is an amount that is granted, but we do receive some back from the state, so the total cost to us. For the average house in town, which is a $633,000 home, that's going to cost you $4.68. To add 22I is going to cost you 57 cents more per year and go up to $5.25.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. Alexander Yukna, 82 Ring Road, DAV, Department of Massachusetts, Department Services Officer. I actually worked up in the State House and advocated for this and got this onto Ms. Healy's desk. So I kind of want to say that there's two options of doing this. There's actually probably three. So the way the state legislator put this forward was to allow towns to double the tax exemption, and up to that would be the limit. So right now, I think for 22E was $1,000, and that would go up
We're
to.
going to get into that one in 26, Article 26.
Is that, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, they split it up into two different articles.
So is the different
This
clauses
one-
in different articles?
Right, this is just the COLA increase, the
Okay.
22I.
Outstanding.
That's all we're doing in Article 25.
My misunderstanding.
Yep.
We'll get back to you in a second, though. Seeing, unless Elaine's coming to the mic. She's stopping, she's going, go. Seeing no more debate, I will move Article 25 as printed in the warrant. All those in favor, it's a majority vote, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Motion carries with minimal opposition. 26.
Move that the town vote to accept Mass General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 22I, which authorizes an annual increase in the amount of the exemption granted under General Law, Chapter 9, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 22, 22A, B, C, E, and F by up to 100% of the personal exemption annual amount, subject to the conditions in Clause 22J to be effective for applicable exemptions granted for any fiscal year beginning on or after July 1st, 2025, or take any other action relative thereto.
Second? Thank you.
So this part of the other side of this will now allow someone, if you received a $400 exemption, it could go up to, it could double it. It's anywhere from doing it at 20% up to 100%. The Board of Assessors voted by a 2-to-1 vote to accept both clauses, and with 22J at 50%. To give you an idea what that's going to cost you, again, this is kind of embarrassing to talk about, but as I said earlier, currently it costs the average homeowner $4.68. If you increased the exemption for a veteran to 50%, it would cost you $13.94. And that's an annual number, folks. So.
Sir, now you can identify yourself again, please.
Alexander Yukna, 82 Ring Road, DAV, Department of Massachusetts, Department Service Officer. So, again, the way that the state legislature wrote this was it allowed the towns to double the current exemptions, and with that current exemptions, the rebates that the state grants the towns also increases to the original clause abatements. So say a veteran was had a $1,000 abatement, now we double it to $2,000, the state will reimburse $1,000 if we go up to that level. With that being said, we listened to a lot about the problems with the fire, police departments, and employee hiring and different issues like that. I think this would be a great thing for us to do if we do increase to that 100% level. I understand right now the town is in a bit of a financial straits. So I guess my motion would be to find a way to do it in a phased approach to reach the 100% mark with a 3 to 5 year plan.
I don't know if that,
Yeah, I think in this, the way this particular statute was written, we hear this year, Board of Assessors approved it or brought it to town meeting at 50%. If next year we see how this works and what the cost is to the town, you'd have to bring it back to town meeting to go to 75 or go to 100.
So do we need another article in order to move forward on that? Or could we not make a motion here on the floor today to amend this?
so you'd have to write, so you want to amend it to 75% or 100%?
I think what I'd like to do now is leave it where we're at, as it would not affect town budget financial committees, but make it so it is a phased approach for a 3 to 5 year plan to go from the 50 now and increase to the 100 over time.
Yeah, I think the thing that you'd want to do is communicate with the assessor's office, next, near the holidays or whenever we get articles together. I'm not exactly sure when Kingston does that in January. But talk to the administration staff and find out when articles are presented, because it would have to come back next year. It's not something that the select board has the authority to just say we're going from 50 to 75.
Understood. I just want to make sure that, so to go from the 50% to the 100%, we're talking a difference of $43,000, just so the town's aware.
So right now, what's before us is 50%.
Right, sir.
So if you want to make a written motion to change that number to 75 or 100%, that would have to be a motion that you'd make in writing. The board, this can be brought back next year, but what's before us right now is to vote on a 50% increase.
Understood.
Okay? So if you want to change that number, you just need a second, and then we could make a vote on that. But what's before town meeting is 50%.
So I guess I'll put it to the town to make a motion to see if it would want to go to the 100% level.
You'd have to make that or someone would have to make that motion in writing, sir.
Put it in writing? Okay. So put it in writing, I have to put it in writing now to submit?
And we'll
or
do it
be
right
later
this
on?
second.
Outstanding.
While he's doing that, just to give you an idea of how this would affect you if it went from 50 to 100%. So currently, I had mentioned earlier that the cost is $4.68 for the average house. Going to 50%, the cost is $13.94. It increases it by $9.26 per year. If it goes to 100, the annual cost to that average homeowner would be $22.63, and the increase is $17.95.
Just to clarify, if I could, it is nominal to the average taxpayer, no question about that. I think what's important for people to recognize, right now, we have to raise just over $51,000 to fund the existing benefit for the veterans. If we increase it to 100%, which is what's being proposed or suggested, I believe, that amount goes to just over $100,000. The challenge, frankly, is I don't have 50 grand to fund it from its current level to the 100%. It would have to be funded through either cuts in the town budget or some other mechanism potentially. So I believe the Board of Selectmen were sympathetic and understood that this is an important situation and an important opportunity to provide a better benefit to the veterans, and they're doing that to the extent the town can afford it this year. I believe, and I don't want to speak for the Board of Assessors, that they'll look at increasing the percentage from 50% to something more than that as the town can afford to assume that additional expense.
So there's a motion right now, motion to increase veterans' tax abatement from 50% as printed in the Article 26? 26, from 50% to 100%. Is there a second on that motion? Second. So now there's a second. So I'll open up debate from changing from 50 to 100%. Anyone want to be heard on that?
I'd like to speak contrary to the 100% vote personally.
Yes, now's your time, sir. Just identify yourself, please.
I am Denby Forbes, former Veterans Service Office Administrative Assistant for 2.5 years.
And where do you reside?
And I live at 3 Schoolhouse Lane, Kingston.
Thank you. What would you like to say?
I'm a veteran of 22 years in the United States Navy. Very proud of that. I currently receive 10% disability for my hearing loss. I'm totally deaf in one ear now, and I've lost 20% in my good ear. I appreciate having the Board of Assessors approve this 2-0, 2-0, favorable vote, and the Board of Selectmen's 4-1-0. I respect what you do, and I thank you for your support. I think having some increase is better than nothing, and having seen or just witnessed that we have a cost of living increase as well, I just want to say thank you. I'm not in favor necessarily, or in favor of the 100%. I know that we have veterans out there, with my experience as a Veterans Service Administrative Assistant, who desperately need any help they can get. I will say that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service. So, seeing no one else at the microphone, this is to amend Article 26. So I'm going to take a vote to amend it as from 50% to 100%. Again, this is a majority vote. So all those in favor of increasing from 50 to 100%, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. The motion to amend fails. So now we're stuck with, well, not stuck with, fortunate to have Article 26. Would anyone else like to be heard on that, or can we take that to a vote? Seeing no one moving towards the microphone, and Article 26 was supported by the Board of Selectmen, not the Finance Committee, and supported by the Board of Assessors. Again, this is a majority vote. All those in favor of Article 26 as printed to the warrant, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Motion carries with minimal opposition. Article 27.
Move the town vote to accept the provisions of Section 3D of Chapter 60 of the Massachusetts General Law, thereby establishing a taxation aid committee and aid to the elderly and disabled taxation fund, as provided in said article, in said Section 3D, or take any action relative thereto. What this would do is establish a committee that would oversee a voluntary fund of aid to our vulnerable elderly population and disabled population. As the tax collector, I've seen some of our seniors come into my office in tears because they don't have enough money to pay their skyrocketing tax bills. And unfortunately, there's really no help out there for them except for our senior work-off. Now, I'm talking about a very small faction of people that aren't able to do the senior work-off program, that aren't, and that sometimes are, well, most of the time are too proud to go ask the Board of Selectmen for the other forms of charity that the town provides. This would create a way for us to see people that are having problems and know what their level of need is and react to that. This doesn't create a tax. This doesn't create anything more to your bill other than a voluntary checkbox on your tax bill, on your water bill, on your excise bill, that if you wanted to donate $1 or more to this fund, that would be managed by I believe the treasurer, an assessor, the Board of Selectmen, and a couple of citizens, that where we could identify folks that, could potentially lose their homes, and if we had this fund, we could probably help them out. I had a situation where a woman was probably, I think she was like 88 years old, and she had run out of money from her reverse mortgage. And she couldn't pay her taxes. That's the money she was using, her equity in her home, to pay her taxes. She was so upset that she cried. She could barely stand. So I had to bring her a chair and bring her some water. And I had to say to her, I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do that we can do if you're not willing to ask for the help. And she wasn't willing to ask. So if I had a mechanism, or if a collector had a mechanism, or if someone in the town hall had a mechanism to help her without her having to ask, I think this would be a great program for us. Again, it costs nothing to you unless you want to donate.
Was there a second on that? Okay, thank you.
So, any questions?
So this was unsupported by the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee. Would someone want to address this briefly?
I'll speak from the Finance Committee and also personally. Derek Bonitzer, 70 Indian Pond Road. The Finance Committee felt that this was just another layer of another committee that would have to be staffed, and as we're all aware, we're having issues with civic engagement, getting enough people on committees. Personally, looking at this, I'm not going to be voting in favor for it because there are, despite the fact that we are saying there are no costs, there are managerial costs associated with this, because this is time that's going to be spent by town employees dealing with the administrative work of collecting these funds. And we have resources available. As unfortunate as it is that there are individuals that have these issues, we do have these resources available. They do need to ask. I struggle to think that individuals who are too proud to ask already are then going to come and ask again. But again, I don't deal with this on a day-to-day basis. But from a value add standpoint, I don't think that there really is any here, and that it's just going to be more cost for our community.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I'm 82 years old. I'm a woman. I wasn't paid. I was told, after working 16 years for a company, I was told I wasn't paid like my male peers. Had I been, I wouldn't probably be in the financial trouble I'm in right now. What you're proposing sounds very good. It sounds like begging. I'm sorry. I would use it if you did it. And if there are things available now, beside the work off, which I do, make them come over to the senior center and talk to us. I think you have. I think you need to do it again. think you need to circulate papers. People can, if they don't want to ask, they can at least do it in private, look at the thing, and then make a decision. Would be surprised if this gets voted in, but any help that seniors can get, of course. We worked hard all our lives. We're the World War II babies. We didn't ask for much along the way. We got what we got by working for it. And now a lot of us are suffering for many reasons.
Thank you.
So I did look for programs, and I asked my colleagues around the state what programs they had. And a lot of them are similar to what we have currently. We have some benevolent funds that people can ask for donations from. Again, this is a very targeted thing to a very small group of people. And yes, it is an additional level of management and collection, but we have the staff now. And I think I could work with our finance director, to come up with a solution. This is something that a couple of communities around us have started, and like I said, it's not adding any cost to anybody's taxes. It's a voluntary thing, and this just starts the program. We might look at it and say it's completely, ridiculous to do. It's not worth it. We're not going to see the benefit. But I've been asked, and I've heard it loud and clear by our seniors, that we need something, and I'm just trying to offer something to them. And, hopefully you folks find, it's a good idea.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Steve Dunn, Board of Assessors. Just as a point, last year, in this fiscal year, actually, fiscal 25, we had all of 19 people apply for an elderly exemption. There were some that get a smaller amount, but that was $1,000 off their taxes. 19 people out of 16,000 that we have in town. I think this is a great idea. I can appreciate what the Finance Committee is saying, that it does create a little bit more management, but I think it's kind of in the same vein as the veterans. Let's try this. We did that at 50%. I think this is a great idea to try and see what do we actually collect? Do we actually collect enough money that we could actually disperse some to somebody who's really in need? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Just a comment, Lorraine Bergio, Winthrop Street. I want to remind people of what is happening on the federal level that is going to impact every senior citizen in this town, and that's Social Security and Medicaid. If they cut Social Security and Medicaid, then the amount of seniors in this town will dramatically increase. So having something proactive for a change would be very nice. And if it's for 19 people, it's not going to hurt anybody, and the 19 people have most likely already given most of their life to the town or the longevity of their living in the town. So I think people should look beyond the town into what's going on behind the scenes. Thanks all.
David Fuller, 233 Country Club Way. So we're establishing a committee. Can you tell me how many members of the committee and what's the makeup?
Sure, it's in the article. It will be the chair of the Board of Selectmen, the town treasurer, chair of the Board of Assessors, and 3 residents to be appointed by the Board of Selectmen.
Do I have any volunteers for the 3 members?
There you
Okay, here we go.
go. Mic drop. All right, let's take a vote. Article 27 is a majority vote. Establish the Taxation Aid Committee. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Nay. Motion carries. 28. Let's see how many people check the box and send the extra check now.
I know, right? Everybody else is so tall. Article 28, Missy Bateman, Board of Selectmen. Article 28, this is to authorize the selectmen to accept/dispose of property. This, to move the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to enter into the 2 transactions that identified above in the warrant, subject to the endorsement of plans by the Kingston Planning Board, or take any other action in relation thereto. Okay. So this is to support the commercial growth and working to revitalize the Kingston collection area. We have a large retailer who is linked to this entity, and it's the redevelopment of Macy's. And this article is contingent upon that. Any questions? Anything else?
Is that someone who's going to pay taxes?
That is someone that is going to pay taxes.
Commercial taxes?
Yes. Money into the town that we so desperately need. Yes.
Thank you. I'll open this up for debate. Yes, sir.
Sure. Bob Erlandson, 99 Monks Hill Road, also a butter to the mall property. And as Vice Chairman of the Water Commission, I was very troubled to hear about this week for the first time, that this has not been brought before the Water Commission. I appreciate someone drew arrows on a map to show where water goes, but most people know water does weird things a lot of times, and we really need to have a hydrogeologist look at this before any decisions are made on that.
You want to answer that after?
Yes, sir.
Bob Koska, 55 South Street, also a water commissioner. And you folks might remember earlier today when I was talking to you that I mentioned the importance of having a water department that's separate from the DPW because of the importance of the aquifer that we are under. What a lot of you might not know is when we put in well I-86, we did some hydrological studies on which direction the groundwater flows. And if you put in a gas station at that site, it's going to flow, and according to what calculations we have at this point, it's going to flow towards 2 of our 3 most productive wells. Now, I'll also remind you that earlier today I mentioned that Winthrop Street well is no longer productive. It's out of service and we will never use it again. Why? Because it was downgradient of a gas leak at a gas station that contaminated the well. So by putting a gas station there, we are running the risk of contaminating 2 of our 3 most productive wells. And we have evidence that that happens because that's what happened with one of the wells that we had to take offline. So I strongly urge you to vote no on this.
I just have a question. With the water, is that subject to state, if you put a gas station in, is that subject to state regulations and permitting and zoning and water testing and perk testing and all that other stuff?
If it were in a Zone 2, yes, but they're claiming this is just outside of a Zone 2. But somehow there are not these concrete walls that are at the line where Zone 2 is. And I can just about guarantee you that if there's a contamination there, it will eventually reach the well. Not in a week, not in a month, but it will eventually reach the well.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Tom Bouchard, 6 Quail Run. This little piece of land swap and project is very important to the development of the mall. It's very important that we get more tax money coming from that mall, and that we're not going to cater to them, but at the same time we're trying to do things that help the situation. We have new investors in the mall that seem to be eager, and we're going to try to do everything we can to bring in more tax revenue. This gas station proposal is outside of Zone 2. Zone 2 protects the water aquifer. I don't understand that just recently we allowed a car dealership and car repair in the Zone 2, and no one did anything about that. No one's done anything about the pollution that was brought into to the dump site, where we have contaminated, stated by the environmental protection people that it's polluted, and we're bringing in millions of yards of it. What's the effect of that on our water? I think that we need to look at this. It's not even in Zone 2, it's outside of Zone 2. And with those things that are going on, I think we need to take a hard look at this. We need to do this land swap, and we need to get that mall operational again so we can have some tax money. That's my feeling. Thank you.
Yes.
Valerie Massard, Town Planner, 1 Schofield Road. This is outside of the mapped Zone 2, outside of the Water Department's jurisdiction as far as anyone doing their planning or commercial business planning would understand. And this is the first that we've been known where we've talked about this with one-on-one with the Water Commission staff months ago. And this is the first that we're hearing that there's some concern that there's some different groundwater modeling from what's shown there, which is the USGS model for how groundwater flows, which is away from the wells.
Thank you. Him, then you. Go ahead, sir.
Richie Loring, Chairman of the Water Commission, been there for a while, but that's really not important. The important part is that if they talked about the Zone 1 is what the town absolutely has to own and control, and that's about 16 acres around each one of the wells that we have. The 2 wells that we have down there, both Grassy Hole and 186, are each on a portion of land that the town owns and controls. We also have just recently built a manganese treatment facility down there so that the raw water coming out of those 2 wells goes into that treatment facilities before it goes into the water system so that we can give you the purest water that we can. However, beyond Zone 1, DEP also requires that we establish what is called a Zone 2, a water district that goes beyond the 16 acres, and it deals with what the overall flow of the water is as it comes into the well site. For whatever reasons, it's really not important at this point because we will still have time to review it, but we did not see this. Our hydrologist, our engineering firm has not seen this. As I remember the facts of the way the water was flowing through the zone to those wells, and it actually, the zone of contribution actually goes partially through the existing mall site. So it's not like it's going from west to east. It doesn't. It comes from north to south, northwest to southeast, whatever you want to call it. What we need to do is, before anything is voted that allows the establishment of yet another gas station in the general area, because I'm pretty sure if I looked at the number of gas stations in the general area compared to small stores and Dunkin' Donut places, we probably have more than enough in the area. If you look at each of the exits before or after this particular exit, there are at least 2 gas stations within almost eyesight of the
Thank you.
exit. So why we need yet 1 more gas station is really somewhat questionable. I'm not saying that the development of the mall into whatever it becomes is not important, because it is important to the tax base of the town. And those people who say the water commissioners are anti-growth, that is not true. What we are, we're trying to be protective of what we need to give each and every resident of the town of Kingston, whether they're on the sewer or not on the sewer.
Thank you. Thank you. We've got to wrap it up.
You know, it isn't enough, because people need to understand what they're saying now about potable water is the gold of the future. We actually have a gold mine in 3 major wells and developing a 4th one. If you don't give us the rights and privileges of the water commissioners to protect that, then you're not protecting what's important to us.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Do you hear me?
You know, I'll give him, then we'll take a vote.
So the Zone 2 is mapped, and that is the zone of contribution to the well, based on hydrogeologic testing done when the well was established. The water does not come past that line, and that's why there's a line established in order to do planning and municipal zoning. And I just want to establish that this is outside of that area.
Thank you.
We are only asking for the possibility of a special permit where we can look at all the hydrogeological information if there's a question. But at this point, to dismiss it outright when we have large potential retail redevelopment of the mall, I think is something that's preliminary.
Thank you, Tyler. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah,
Thanks, Sean.
you're welcome.
Tyler Bouchard, Board of Selectmen. A decade ago, the mall was assessed at $90 million. And so that's how we were taxing it. And that's where a significant portion of our tax revenue was coming from. Today, as it stands, it's at $9 million. So when this whole meeting, we've been talking about how do we allocate money here and save money here and make cuts here. And we can see the position that we're in as a town. We're in some cases we're better than some other towns, but you can see, and anybody that has any history of this town knows we are in a financial, dangerous situation, a crisis, okay? That mall, and so here's some context to what's gonna happen, because it's not just about a gas station, okay? I can't say the brand name that's coming in under a law, but I'm gonna give you some context to who is coming in.
Are you
and-
subject to a non-disclosure agreement?
Yes.
So explain that.
Yes, explain the NDA?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so the reason I can't say it is under law, the organization themselves, it's a sensitive subject to name them. And at that point, we cannot name the brand that is coming in. But what I can tell you is the effects that it will have on our economy moving forward. The gas station is linked to the space at Macy's that has been vacated. Okay, one of the largest units in the entire mall is Macy's. A large retail box store wants to come in and take over Macy's. They will not come in to Kingston and take over Macy's if they do not have the gas station that coincides with it. The entire business is predicated on the gas station and the large retail store that will be at Macy's for all types of shopping in a big box store that draws in other types of businesses into the mall. And so when you have a large brand, nationally recognized large brand that is very popular, come in, you draw in everybody else back to the mall. And so when we come in 2, 3, 4 years from now, we don't have to do special things to try to get the police budget up or argue over $100,000 here or $50,000 here. This is the growth in the best area we can do it, which is the mall, which is failing. This is the moving forward part of the town. We can't say no to everything and expect us to be able to pay for everything. We cannot make complaints about this, yet not allow the town to bring in the revenue to move forward over the next 10, 20, 30, 40 years. This is a big project that will bring in a significant amount of revenue to save all of these programs that we're all sitting here representing. Everybody here represents something. This is the idea of being able to get the revenue back into the town. And this is the smartest and second most important bill of today. Maybe long term, this is probably the most important. So I urge you to vote yes.
Thank you. Yes. Hold your applause, please.
Pine du Bois and 93 Elm Street. I hate to disagree with Tyler because I really do usually like his arguments, but not tonight. I think that if a gas station is the best we can do, we haven't looked in the right places. There's a gas station down the street in Plymouth that threatens our well. There's gas stations all along Route 3A that have, in fact, affected our wells and our rivers. The only asset that we have is not our 2 wells that are there, it's also Smelt Brook, which runs on the other side of the mall. That is also affected by what Mr. Bouchard Sr. was talking about a little while ago in terms of the dumping part, which is not in that location but is close enough to it. All of these resources are enormously stressed already. Yes, they're stressed by the car dealership that Plymouth put in right next to our well. It's stressed by the gas station that's also right there next to the car dealership that Plymouth put in next to our well. It's also stressed by Amazon and Lowe's that surround that whole area with incredibly tense development that if we don't watch out, we will not only lose an economic opportunity, we will lose the thing that keeps us alive, our water. And we cannot risk losing our water. And if somebody is telling you that in this day and age, they can't build something economical without a new freaking gas station when there's another one less than a quarter mile away, then they're not telling you the right thing, or NDA or not. That doesn't bother me. It does. I am interested and invested in the development and the resources and the success of the town of Kingston, but not to the detriment and peril of our natural resources that we need more.
Thank you. Tyler, last word, then we'll take a vote.
Yep, I'll make it quick. The gas station, we keep, okay, we don't need new gas stations. Cool, cool, cool. Awesome. There are certain stores that we know of that are large box stores, very large, where you go shopping and you have memberships at, okay? And they all have gas stations with them. So it's not about the fact that we have a Cumbies in South Kingston and we have a Mobile off Exit 7 and Old Exit 7 in Plymouth. It's about that it is dependent on their business model to come in. And if they do not come in there, they're going to be in Plymouth right next door. They've already put it up to, they've already inquired with Plymouth. They want to be in Kingston. It will be 500 yards away in Plymouth, just so you know. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Dorothy McFarland, I'm sorry I didn't give my name and address before, 17 Wapping Road. The question seems to be, what is the hydrology of that area in order to forestall a whole bunch of other questions, et cetera? Why don't we just go ahead and do that and find out for sure which way the water flows there?
Well, I think that would be done prior to anything being built, correct?
But, you know, just do it now, and then you won't have to worry about the rest later.
Good.
Kim Emberg, Board of Selectmen, 214 Indian Pond Road. I believe Valerie Massard, our town planner, spoke to that. And that's part of, not only was the hydrology done as part of the zoning, I'm waiting for her to nod at me, but it's not in a zone 1, it's not in a zone 2. So before anything gets built, there's a permitting process. So there is more to be done, even if town meeting says, yes, you can start the beginnings of the permitting process. So today, we're giving permission to start that process. Fair?
Thank you.
Okay.
Let's take a vote. Article 28
No, that's fine.
is a majority vote favorable by the Board of Selectmen. Hold on. Keith, 2/3?
We're conveying and we're getting.
2/3.
2/3, should be 2/3.
Okay. Yep. Doesn't matter because the question's already called. Can't try that one. You can try it before I call the next one, but if I call the article, I'm in. Article 28, according to town council, is a 2/3. So all those in favor of Article 28 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Nay. Motion passive with minimal opposition. But by 2/3. What's that? Yeah, get 7 people. 3.
No, let's just finish.
4.
No, say no.
If you want to count the votes, stand up. You need 7 people to do that. All right, you got 7. We'll count it. All those in favor of Article 28, the 2/3, can you take out your cards and raise them?
What are we doing?
We're counting Article 28. If you're in favor of it, raise your card.
Point of order, it's a majority vote.
No, town council says because it's a land swap.
Okay.
Yes.
Sean, 21.
13.
All those opposed? How many?
9.
Six.
19 opposed, 44 for. So Article 28 passes. Somebody made a suggestion to a quorum. Are they withdrawing that, or do they want to make that suggestion now? We got to count to see if there's 100 voters in here. If not, the rest of the, we'll just be leaving today. Oh, let's see how many people we have here first. Everyone, all registered voters, please raise a card and count me as one, please.
I got you already.
That's done. Already called.
33, Sean.
33. 19,
25.
25. So, once someone calls a quorum and we don't have it, we can either continue the meeting or we can dissolve the meeting.
Second the motion to continue. Do you want a motion?
Yeah, we need to know when the hall would be available, though.
Once someone makes the quorum, it has to be taken. We could have proceed, if someone didn't ask for a quorum, we could proceed with 3 people. But once the quorum's called, I have to have the numbers. How many do we have? We have 77. What we could do is take a small recess and see if we can get 23 people down. But I think that won't happen. All right, let's take a 10-minute recess and see if we can get 10 people, or 23 people. There we go. Folks, if we can have a seat and just take your cards out, let's see how that quorum's coming. I know there's a number of people still in a row, but let's see where we're at right now. Folks, come on in, have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, can you come in and have a seat so we can get the count? Oh, we lost one. Kim, can you just check the hallway to make sure anybody that is a registered voter just steps in for 2 seconds? Yep. All right, can we have the tellers? Can everyone take out their cards? Oh, sorry, thank you. I trust you. Are you over there or over here?
I'm over here now.
37. Yeah, I see that. I counted the new one. 22. All right, hold tight. There's more people coming in. We're at 94. We need 6 more people. 37, 20, 37, 34, 22 plus 1.
Yeah, right. Look on the floor.
We need 5 more voters. My wife and our 4 children are coming to join town meeting. If we add them all up, we can get another registered voter. had two more.
It's time that the water commissioner freaking resign.
It's time that we do away with this antiquated
But I sat in meetings with all three of them.
All right, folks, can you take your cards out? Hold on, get seated. Oh, wait. Hold.
The fun section has 38.
Still need 50, 60, 840.
37.
Three more. 4 people are coming from the Adena. Hold tight for 1 minute. Mr. Bouchard says he's got them coming in. So if everyone can stay seated, I think we're going to get going in about 97. That's okay. Thank you. I don't know. 22?
22. And then 3 more coming in. And he just said, sit down, they're in the building.
3 more. Nobody, please, nobody leave. Thank you. Three more people. Yeah, but at the time, I only care about the one. The other 2, whatever, we'll get to them when we get to them. But if he wants to debate it, it's gonna take, or he'll just pull it, and then he'll take a quorum vote. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I don't touch his computer. He's. Oh, I see bodies. 98, 2 more. Someone else? Is that 99 coming in? 99's here. 1 more, come on. Two. Got 3 more checking it. Woo! Oh, until someone leaves. All right. I don't. I just want 100 people. I don't care. You can throw things at me.
Don't give them any ideas.
Oh, you're taking me. You're taking me. 100 and 101 have just arrived. Big round of applause. All right, if everyone can have a seat, let's take their cards out and let's see if we can get to 100. Hold on. No, don't start counting yet. Wait till everyone's seated. All registered voters, please raise your hand. Take your card out. Oh, 36. 37. 38. 38.
37.
Hold on. 37, 25. Did someone count me?
Yes.
Okay. So we had, say that again, 38,
37,
37,
or whatever the number has to be.
and you were 20. And we had 25. What does that add up to? We have a quorum. Article 29. Article 29. Anybody?
You're up.
I didn't even know I was doing it.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Moderator, Valerie Massard, Town Planner, 1 Schofield Road. So this article is related to the previous article that passed by 2/3 vote. We want to rezone.
Yeah, you just got to make the motion. Someone's got to make the motion,
Oh,
please.
sorry, I make the motion.
Oh, yeah, you're fine.
No, can you read it? Just somebody. Thank you.
I can just read it real quick. Move the town vote to amend the Town of Kingston zoning bylaws for mixed-use redevelopment overlay district, MUROD, as printed in the warrant.
Go ahead.
So it allows for a special permit consideration for the gas station that we talked about in the previous article through the planning board.
Okay. We kind of know what this is. We discussed it last time, so there shouldn't be a lot of debate. But yes, sir.
Barbara Lanson, 99 Monksville Road. While I have my reservations, I believe those can be accounted for in the future regulation process, so I would urge people to support this.
Thank you. Seeing no future debate, no one at the microphones, let's move this to a vote. It's a 2/3 votes favorable by Board of Selectmen and the Planning Board unanimously. All those in favor of Article 29 as printed in the warrant say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries 2/3 with minimal opposition. Article 30.
Where's the motion? Article 30, Valerie Massard, 1 Schofield Road, move the town, vote to amend the Town of Kingston zoning bylaws regarding accessory dwellings as printed in the warrant. This article accommodates the new by right ADUs by adding regulation to them, putting them into our zoning bylaw, and not allowing them to be a short-term rental, and also by providing for provisions for setbacks. And we've made some other minor changes, but that's essentially what you're seeing there.
Thank you. This is a 2/3, seeing open for debate. Seeing that, did we have a second? I think we did. Okay, we have more than one now. So this is a 2/3 vote, favorable by Board of Selectmen, favorable by Planning Board. All those in favor of Article 30 as printed in the warrant, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Motion passes with the 2/3 with minimal opposition. Article 30 is on the table, which means we no longer need a quorum, so thank you very much for those people who showed up. 31, sorry. 31, thank you for everyone who came down.
I move the town vote to amend the Town of Kingston zoning bylaws regarding uses in commercial districts as printed in the warrant. Essentially, we goofed when we updated the use table, and this will fix that goof to help us get more businesses in our commercial district.
Second.
Debate? Hang out for another couple hours, anybody? Just, No? All right, let's take a vote. To the police officers, to the staff here, thank you very much. I appreciate you being here. To the camera crew from PAC TV, thank you again. As to Article 31, it's a 2/3 vote favorable by the Board of Selectmen, favorable by the Planning Board. All those in favor of Article 31 as printed in the warrant, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. 2/3 motion passes with minimal opposition. And I believe we got it all done. So I would move to dissolve this meeting. I need a second. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Thank you.